Welcome, my fellow Wastelanders. This is Blind Gamer Plays. My name is Ira, and I hope you're having a really good day. Today we are back in Fallout 76, and I hope that you guys are ready for, well, a good time. We're going to be messing around with Steel Rain again with the preparations for it to get ourselves ready for July 7th and the upcoming patch update. We're very close to getting this season complete. I think we're at 84 right now. 86. We're score rank 86. So we have 14 score to go, and we're just about ready to flip over to 87. So we're pretty darn close, thankfully. We hope to get through this as best as we can, right? Always. So I hope everybody out there is having a good time and having a good day. It's been an interesting day here. We had a bit of a long trip ahead of us tomorrow. My wife is having the stress test, her 6-month stress test for the surgery that she had back in December. And we're hoping that everything is kosher cool and everything is good. I think it will be, though. She's been feeling quite a bit better over the past couple of weeks and, well, really the past month. She's been really improving a lot. So, yeah, everybody please cross your fingers, send good vibes, pray, whatever it is that you want to do, please send it our way because we're really hoping that everything is going good. But in the meantime, we will go ahead and see what we can do here in Fallout 76. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my weapons are not needing to be repaired. I don't think they will be, but we can give it a look. Oh, yep, actually we do need to repair that one. That one is pretty far down, actually. So let me go ahead and throw on, well, we'll do this perk point thing here first, but we'll go ahead and throw on the weapon artisan just so that we can get the max amount of repair work that we can do. And hopefully this sound volume is okay on things. Okay, weapon artisan, there we go. Oop. It helps if I aim myself correctly. There we go. And there we go. Okay. And actually, while I'm here too, I can go ahead and scrap a couple of those weapons that were dropped for me. Do not need those at all. Don't want to scrap my power armor. That would be a bad idea. I have done that before, and that was a horrible experience. So as you can see, this is the build that we're going to be using. It's as soon as I replace the gunsmith here, once again, before I forget about it, because I will. But it's kind of your standard fare for a commando build, because we are using a commando weapon. Yeah, we're going to be using the anti-armor fixer with faster fire rate and faster reload speed. It's pretty nice. I like it a lot. It's one that I got a hold of a while back, and I've been making very thorough use of without any kind of adrenaline or anything along those lines. I'm doing 99 points of damage, so that's reasonable. That's pretty fair. We also have a vampire fixer that I don't use very much, but it's there in case I do need it. That has a 25% faster fire rate as well. It doesn't have any tertiary effects, but it doesn't really need them. It does quite a bit of damage in and of itself anyways. So, yeah. And then I have a full set of unyielding armor. It's not the greatest, but it works. It serves the purpose. And mostly I'm doing a bloodied build so that I can get the extra XP for the intel boost that it gives. Because again, we're trying to get through this scoreboard as rapidly as we can. So let me take a look and see what challenges we need to do today. I think they're pretty simple today. They're not too elaborate. We do have the daily ops that we need to complete yet as well, but I don't think that I'm going to get there because today's daily op is another one with the melee attack, isn't it? No, these guys are cloaked. Okay, decryption, cloaked, mole miners. Maybe. We'll probably give that one a shot just to see if we can do it. But, okay, so the other challenge is chew some bubblegum. I definitely have a lot of that. Completing the daily op and event, of course, those are there every time. Leveling up, that is there every time. Killing a cryptid, that will be easy enough. Completing an event with the backpack in the Toxic Valley, again, pretty easy enough. And photo mode while in a group, well, we can go ahead and take care of that right here, right now. Let me go ahead and come out of here and we'll do a nice little screenshot. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I think I'm going to start this off by going over to the super mutants and seeing what we can do to say hi to them. We'll see what they have to say about our presence amongst them. Anyways, I hope everybody out there is having a good day. It's been an interesting one for us. We had another doctor's appointment, and we've got another long trip ahead of us tomorrow. It's going to be a 2-hour trip each way. Oh joy, it's the joys of living in rural areas, I tell you. You have to go a long distance to get really anywhere. But that's okay. Gives Jolene and I a nice chance to spend some time together. So the question of today is, do you like watching favorite TV shows like a second time or a third time, just kind of like rewatching old favorite TV shows? I ask because I've actually been rewatching an old favorite of mine, Warehouse 13. I never actually got a chance to watch the whole thing. We got up to, I think, the last season of it, and we ended up not being able to finish it because it was actually being broadcast at the time. So, it's kind of an old favorite of mine, though. I really liked what they did with the show. It was a lot of fun. Was that Legendary? I think maybe it was. It was a lot of fun, though, and I enjoyed it. There are some shows, I think, for myself. A Furious Spear. Wow. Okay. Well, I'll grab it because I could use the script, but my goodness, Bethesda. Bethesda has seriously been screwing hardcore with me for the past couple of months almost for decent drops, legendary-wise. It's just been terrible. Terabad, I say. Me rip out your tongue, indeed.
I'm not fighting you.
Nope, but you'll fight me. Anyways, so for me, I don't know, there's certain shows that I will rewatch that I really thoroughly enjoyed or something along those lines, but others, I don't know, not so much. Even if I really liked them, I don't know if I really will rewatch them. And it's kind of like this. Okay, so like take a show like Lost, okay, or even Fringe, where sort of the idea behind it is that the mystery of it is what really drives the story along, you know? So like you take Lost and you've got these people that are on this island that are engaged in trying to figure out their way off of it and what's going on and all of that kind of good stuff, right? And the mystery that's surrounding it is sort of the point of the show. And if you take that mystery away, well, it kind of reduces the impact of the stories that are being told, right? So if you've watched it at least once, then rewatching it a second or third time or whatever the case may be, while it may be entertaining, you don't get quite that same impact, that same effect as you did the first time that you watched it. And then there are other shows where you could just rewatch over and over and not really be bothered by the fact that you're rewatching it. And I totally did not mean to pick up that missile. I always do that. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys have any thoughts about that one? Because I'm infinitely curious about the human mind and the way psychology is and all that kind of good stuff. And it's kind of like one of those psychological things. Do you enjoy the fact that it's the mystery to begin with and you're enjoying the ride, that you're taking at that moment in time, and don't want to experience it again because it might feel not so impactful or something? Or would you rather just, kind of watch the same shows because it's kind of an old familiar, it's a comfortable thing. It's almost like for me watching Star Trek. I could sit and watch Star Trek all day long, no problem. I love the shows. I love what they did with them. But to me, it feels like, I'm going back to an old friend's house and spending some time with them or something, So I don't know, maybe it's situationally dependent or show dependent, but I'd love to know what you guys think. Anyways, so we tore out these guys here in the front area and we'll go ahead and wander inside. We had one legendary drop. Hopefully we can get a few more. That'd be nice. But again, it's kind of been really screwing with me the past couple of months almost. It's like I'll what was it? Last week's weekly challenge was to kill legendary creatures, 15 legendary creatures. And for as much as I play this game, it took me the full week to get all 15 legendary creatures killed because it just wasn't spawning them for me. It just, it's terrible. I don't know. I don't get it. But it happens sometimes. It's that RNG, and I swear my RNG angel must be asleep at the wheel because she's not at all observant. She doesn't take care of me at all. My guardian angel's been really good, but my RNG angel is kind of like asleep at the wheel, I think. So boring. It's terrible. I know, Super Mutant. I took care of your boredom for you, though. Took care of your boredom for you. Do you guys ever actually feel bad knowing that you're coming in here and kind of genociding the super mutants and all that kind of stuff, or do you just kind of enjoy blasting them? There's another good question for the day. Do you ever feel guilty about killing the in-game enemies or not? Sometimes I do, depending on how cute they are, I guess. Not saying super mutants are cute, no. But I'm just meaning sometimes you have to kill off tigers and lions or something like that, just as a weird example, tigers or lions or bunnies, and that kind of thing in different games. It's I don't want to kill the bunny. No. I don't want to kill the kitty. What this poor tiger ever do to me? My wife is one of those who would be don't ever euthanize a big cat for attacking me, because if it's attacking me, it was my own damn fault. It was totally my fault, 100%. That cat was just doing what it needed to do to survive. Don't you dare hurt it. I don't know if I agree with that one or not. All right, well, we'll come upstairs here, and I must have killed him from way back there. Anyways, see what these guys are doing. They're dying, that's what they're doing. So again, I apologize if I do things kind of maybe in a little bit of a weird way or a wonky way or something like that. I do have vision issues. I am blind, and so I have to do things a little bit weirdly to try to accommodate being able to play the game and be able to have that fun factor with things. So sometimes I do things a little odd in order to help facilitate me being able to play. So for instance, I do VATS primarily because I have a hard time aiming otherwise. So we get into those dark areas, for instance, and I can't see them in any way at all. They're just completely washed out for me. Oh, another legendary, and this time it's a Ghoul Slayer. Yeah, Ghoul Slayer. Ghoul Slayer armor at that. Oh boy. Bethesda, you're killing me. You're killing me here, darling. I'll grab it because, again, I need the scrap, but... Or script. Scrap. It's all from Mama. It's all some Mama can steal from me. She needs her pay too. Mm-hmm. He was running, I was running. We were all running, but we weren't running in together. There we go. Okay, well, I got this area cleared out. We'll wander over into here and get this one. Okay. So yeah, TV shows, rewatching old TV shows, anything along those lines. I love watching Star Trek. I love the way that Star Trek has done things overall. You know, the kind of hope for humanity that you don't see in a lot of other shows. It's kind of yes, there deadly things to it. There are, they always encounter problems because, of course, they have to come up with a good story, so, of course, problems must exist. But, the overall theme of it, the fact that, humanity does make it through a lot of the trials and travails that it has gone through to become much more of a unified thing, to me is I think really important storytelling. And I like watching the shows because it kind of gives me that moment of grace, that moment of peace, that moment of hope, that I may not otherwise have when it comes to, looking at the world as it stands. Because, we've gone through a lot over the past few years even with how, immature humanity really is, and we're still, unfortunately, going through it. It's kind of like the other day we had the question of the day as far as like AI is concerned. What do you feel about robots? Do you think that we're going too far with artificial intelligence? And I still think that's a really important thing to talk about because, to me, humanity, I think, is really immature. We really are. You can look at our technologies, and yes, we've come really far with our technologies. It's I will be the first to admit that our technology is just so incredible, and a lot of the things that we can do just with our imaginations, it really is important. It is a step for us in the right direction to be able to make some progress, right? But at the same time, here we are creating these artificial intelligences that within, take a look at the one that happened on Twitter. What was it, just a couple of years ago? This AI on Twitter, within 2 days, devolved from being something that was a hopeful kind of a thing to spewing out things like "F me, daddy" and murder, death, kill, and it was like within 2 days that happened. It's like, and I know the issue with it is that it was being fed by the different people, that were inputting data into it, So to me, I don't know, I see humanity as almost being still immature at this stage for it. Hey Clint, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. I definitely deeply appreciate you spending time with me. And I hope that the drawing goes well. Oh my. that Radstag dough is running nice and fast, that's for sure. I don't know where it went. It was like, see ya, I'm out of here. All right. I figured I'd come back to the house real quick and just check my little Nuka-Cola thing here. I need to get screws. I'm kind of screwed on screws and lead and all that kind of stuff. I've been doing a lot of weapons tests or weapons spotlights for people. So unfortunately, I use a lot of materials when I go through that. There we go. Got that Radstag. So I'm trying to decide if I want to do Lakeside or if I want to go elsewhere as far as taking over a workshop goes. I think I'll just go ahead and do Lakeside just because we're right here, That's why I built the house here, just because it's within a spit distance. Anyways, yeah, I think that humanity, we have a lot of potential. We really do. And I see like every day different examples of humanity doing really good things. But at the same time, I also see all of the really horrific things that people can do to each other too. And it really scares me. It really bothers me that humans are so interdependent on each other and yet at the same time unable to really control themselves to, I don't know, accomplish any kind of maturity. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Clint, exactly. We're really, I mean, it's like, yes, you could look at the fact that we have evolved from the apes and all of that kind of stuff, and there is, obviously that's a big part of who and what we are, and we do still have a lot of those baser instincts that we run from. But at the same time, when you have the entirety of human history at your fingertips, with the phones and stuff, and then think that you are, or I, or anything like that are any better than anybody else, all of that kind of stuff, it really, I don't know, it just really, it bothers me, to see people that have that kind of mindset. And it's unfortunate that it's become so prevalent. It's like, I guess the best example I can give is when it comes to people who are, a part of the LGBT community, which two of my kids are, and I see parents out there, because my kids will talk to me about what like the other parents of their friends are talking about and all of that kind of stuff. And they'll talk to me about, how these parents out there are just so horrific to their kids. And I'm like, I can't conceive of being that way to my kids, I don't understand how a parent can say that they have any kind of right to control what their kids do with their lives, as long as they're not being evil, and even then you can't control your kids. You can only hope that you have taught them better enough then to be that way. I hope that makes sense, but it's like, it just drives me crazy to see, parents thinking that their kids are evil or despicable or anything like that just because they're gay or because they're trans or whatever the case may be. And yet they don't have any real, or they shouldn't, I guess, say, have any real control over what their kids do. It's not like what happens in their kid's bedroom is not up to them. You know what I mean? Like once they've reached that age and all that kind of stuff, they're grown up and out of the house or whatever the case may be. What right do you have as a parent to say that your kid is evil or doing wrong or anything along it? Just, so I see this kind of thing, right? And you see the news stories about this kind of thing every day, and how kids are tortured by their parents for feeling a certain way about themselves, and the parent just, is horrible to their kids. So here we have this situation where, for instance, like AI, humanity is literally creating a new species. We're creating a new set of children for ourselves, and we don't even treat the children that we have genetically right. So how is it that we can say we're going to have any kind of maturity to be able to take care of these other children that we are, creating literally with our hands, And I just don't see it. I don't see us as humans right now, not yet, being able to really say, yes, we can absolutely handle this. I don't see it. And that might be, I'm not a Luddite by any means. I absolutely love my technology. You can ask my wife. I am all about my tech, right? But at the same time, I also can acknowledge where we can really see that we're going wrong. And I do think that in that kind of a case, we currently are. I just don't think we're ready for it. It's exciting, yes. It's something that I do have interest in, but even as a writer myself, I can't look at this stuff and think that there's not some kind of horrible outcome to the story here. I, for one, welcome my robot overlord kind of a thing, because if we keep doing the things that we do, and we do create this species out of ourselves, and we do treat them exactly as we treat our current children, then how do we expect they're not going to, kind of come at me, bro? I don't know. Maybe I'm a little weird for thinking that way. Yeah, I was raised in the 80s and 70s myself, and I remember those days. I mean, I was raised as a hyper Christian, in a hyper Christian household. I definitely had the anti-gay poked into my head, in as many different ways as it possibly could be. I was witness to some of my friends having to go through the whole conversion therapy and all that kind of stuff, and it was, oh my God, it was horrible, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't understand parents sometimes. They just really, I don't know. They wreck me, I guess. And yeah, I do have hope. Don't get me wrong. I do have hope. I don't want to sound like I'm like this person who's, against everything and all that kind of stuff. I do have hope. I really do. And I do think that one day we will get there. It's just a matter of, are we ready for it right now? And I can honestly say I don't think so. As I sit here playing Fallout and blowing things up and all that kind of stuff, I'm talking about just being gentle humans.
Eastern Regional Penitentiary.
I know the irony.
Our most notorious inmate, Mad Dog Malone, has broken free again. If you own a firearm and can hear this, make your way to Grafton Dam and attempt to subdue him. I need him taken alive. I will make an example of him to all the
Getting a little Vance leg.
My marshals take care of transporting him back here. My head.
Yeah, my head too.
Soon, human.
Nope, you're not gonna find me, super mutant. I found you. There we go. Take care of the little sneak attackers there. I hear you shooting. Don't know where you are, but I hear you shooting. Okay, so I think my dog is upstairs now. To the company store. The music of Fallout, always awesome. Ah. Come on, Mad Dog, stand still. There we go. Got the event in the Toxic Valley completed. That's good. That'll work. That'll work. I think there might be one left, but I'm not sure. Ruby's out here? Yeah, there he is. Okay. Now we should have them all. All right. So what do we have left? Yeah, about the time Skynet comes online. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Nanotech is something that I definitely have concerns about. That's I think where the real issues really start to come in. Oh wow, that was a delay. Wow, I must be getting some serious lag. That was a real delay there. Goodness. Okay, anyways, let's see what we got left. Okay, I can choose some bubblegum right now, actually. And as far as cryptids goes, I can show you guys a little trick as far as the cryptid things go. real easy way to find cryptids. Let me see. There we go. Got the bubblegum one. Okay. So cryptids. If you come to... Let me see if I can find it, because it always takes me a minute to find this on the dang map. Let's see. There we go. Toxic Larry's Meet and Go. Go to that location. And at that location, you're always going to see 2 to 3 snallygasters spawn, and they count as cryptids. So there you go. Good quick way to get the cryptid things done. That does count for that overall challenge that you can do for Fallout 76. I think it's part of the world challenge or something like that, where you kill cryptids. It counts for them too. Watch them go flying. All right. So that'll work. Got the cryptid one done. And hey, they drop acid too. Why not? And his head goes rolling. Stay still. Stay still. Let me loot you. Yeah, fine. I'll go up here to your body then. There we go. That'll work. So I hope my sound system is doing well. I finally yesterday got everything, I think, set up correctly. So here's the problem. I ended up having to replace my microphone a few weeks ago because the other one, the capsule on the inside of it, ended up failing. So I replaced the microphone with a Rode Pod mic, which I really like. I like how it sounds. I like how it feels. But the thing is very heavy compared to my other microphone. The other microphone was like a half a pound, right? It was like 8 ounces full weight. The Rode Pod mic, in contrast, is over 2 pounds. It is a heavy, heavy guy. So the microphone arm I've got does handle it, no problem, but any surfaces that I've tried to get the thing to attach to on the desk that I've got have failed. The microphone is so heavy that it tips everything over that I try to attach it to. And unfortunately, the way that my desk is set up, I can't really put it to the desk itself because okay, well, the desk is an old one. It's an antique desk, and I think it's made out of teak. Okay, so it is excessively strong. This desk is super potent, right? It is thick. It's a thick boy. So the side of the desk is kind of like beveled a little bit, so I can't attach the mic arm directly to the desk anywhere without the clamp on it just releasing and falling to the floor. So I ended up finally last night, after so many days worth of trial and error trying to figure out something to do, found a wooden milk crate kind of a thing, and I've got it screwed down into the desk and then the microphone arm attached to this milk crate. And I think so far so good. It has not tipped over. I haven't even heard it creaking. So I think that it's all set up and good. But you know, in the process of everything, I've had to like redo the sound settings and the way that it's sitting at my face and all this kind of stuff so many times. I just don't even know anymore if I've got the sound levels correct. It sounds like it, but yeah, it's been a royal pain in the butt to try to get working. Yeah, just one of those nightmare situations. But I think after weeks, have it finally settled down, and I have to once again thank the patience of my loving wife, who has gone through and endured all of this with me. She's so kind. She's so patient and kind with me. I've been running her to death, going back and forth to the hardware store multiple times, you know, just because I can't drive it myself, you know. Well, okay, I could try, but nobody will let me. I mean, they're afraid I'm going to kill them off or something. I don't know, but... But anyways, yeah, so I think I've finally got it working and finally good. At least to my satisfaction. So, question of the day, TV shows. Do you guys like rewatching things that you have loved in the past, or are you one that when you watch it, you're done? I think for me, it's kind of like dependent on the show itself. Like I can rewatch Star Trek all day long, no problem whatsoever. But there are other shows like again, for instance, Lost is all about that mystery, right? The point of the show is to get embroiled in the mystery of it. And if you watch it once, then you're kind of addicted to that mystery point. But then rewatching it a second time, you already know what's coming, even if you may not remember it like on a episode by episode basis. You at least have an idea of what the show itself is going to lead you to, right? So is it worthwhile at that point rewatching it again, or is it one that you will basically pass on because you've already taken part in it? There's maybe other shows like House, or I guess one that I've rewatched is like ER. You know, I really liked that show. I liked what they did with it. So I've rewatched it. I think twice, just like over the years. Like I watched it the first time that it aired, and then I watched it again some years later. But now that I've watched it like twice, I don't think I'll ever watch it again, you know, because I've gotten the enjoyment out of it, you know. But there are other shows, again, like Star Trek, that I could sit and watch all day long, because to me, and it could be because I grew up with Trek in so much of a way, that to me, it feels like it's an old familiar friend, you know, so I enjoy its company. Whereas other shows, even that were back then, I may not necessarily do that with. I think sci-fi shows I'm more apt to do that kind of thing with, to rewatch it at least a couple of times. I don't really ever give dramas much chance. I don't know. I'm not a dramatic kind of TV show person. Elements of them are okay. And comedy shows, I think, are ones that I can pass on rewatching multiple times too, but it kind of, again, depends on the show. And it kind of also depends if I'm rewatching it alone or if I'm watching it again with Jolene, who didn't happen to see it the first time herself, you know, because she was very sheltered, so she didn't watch much TV. She didn't watch much movies and that kind of thing. There are a lot of things that she kind of missed out on. So I might like rewatch a show with her just because for her it's the first time, and kind of, I don't know, vicariously I'm enjoying it, even if it's one that I wasn't necessarily wanting to rewatch. I'm kind of vicariously enjoying it through her, I guess you could say. So a little bit of a different situation with that, you know, but if it's one that that I know that she's seen, she's one of those kind of people that she's not too interested in rewatching a show multiple times. I think there's really only been a couple of shows that I've seen her go out of her way to do that with. One of them being Death Note. She really loved that show, which surprised her because she doesn't like any other anime at all. But she enjoyed that one a lot. Go figure. Okay, I hear there's another one around, and I'm trying to figure out where it's at. Okay, there he is. Just trying to make sure I get them all before I bring up the queen here. So anyways, she's not one to do the rewatching of things, I guess. Unless she's done it without me and has surprised me with things, but I don't think so. All right, let me see if the queen will come up. Hey, queen, how you doing today, darling? You having a good day? Let's give you a bad day. There you go. Your bad day ensues. You got anything interesting for me? Nope. I'll take those gears, though. That'll help. All right. So we got the biggies out of the way. Mostly wanted to do those just to make sure I get the XP, because they're worth a lot of XP. Alright, so next we need to do, well, leveling up and doing a daily op. That's the only things we have left for today's dailies. That's doable. Okay, let me go grab my lead here real quick. The Tick. Okay, so I have not watched Amazon's version of The Tick myself. That's one I'm interested in, though. I did watch the original, the original stuff, and really liked it. I have a lot of shows on my to-do list, but it's a matter of time. Well, time and gumption. Okay, there we go. Got some lead. Kind of trying to collect some lead because I go through bullets like crazy doing the weapons tests, unfortunately. Alright, let me go sell off some of these terrible, terrible legendaries that it's given me today. How is Amazon's version? Is that one pretty good, Clint? I had to take a moment and take down some tea. Tea, coffee, or soda? That's also another good question. The tea that I drink is kind of an English breakfast blended with lemonade. It's kind of my own homemade Arnold Palmer kind of a thing. It's pretty good. I used to drink a lot of Mountain Dew. A lot of Mountain Dew. And I had to quit that some years ago. I think I was on the verge of drinking about a case a day by myself. It was just a ridiculous amount of Mountain Dew.
And paid for with said fingers.
They made their money off of me, that's for sure.
Previously
Selling off some of the
owned
items here.
Loot for sale, mostly blood-free.
Mostly blood-free. Okay, I'll keep the other things for now.
Wanna buy some junk?
I would like to buy some junk, but I'm low on caps right now. Which is weird. Usually I'm skirting the 30,000 cap limit, but I bought a whole bunch of 45 ammo off of people because, well, I needed to get rid of the caps. I have a lot of things on my vendor, you know, but I haven't done much in the public worlds to be able to sell much off. So, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Where do we want to go next? Well, let's see what the Scorch Beasts might have to say today. Oh, that's good. See, that it does sound like it's an interesting version of the show. I've heard that they've really paid homage to the original while doing things kind of like on their own too. Okay, Scorchy. Let's get your attention. Oh, it's a legendary. Nice. let it do its regen thing there. Okay, I know I could kill it right there, but I don't want to kill it right there because I don't want it to go falling down into the abyss over there. So I'll just hold off until it gets back over into this zone a little bit. Pull it from this angle. There we go. Let it drop down that way. Nope, 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 nope. You're not going to fall down there without me getting the legendary out of it. I'll grab it before you go down. There we go. Mutant Slayer's board. Not even worth it. Not even worth it. Dang it. Oh well, that's okay. Need to get ourselves out of here. Yeah, I know. I'm radiated. There we go. There we go. Huh, to you too. That's pitiful. Mutant board. See what I mean? That RNG thing has been killing me lately. It is just, it's terrible.
Everything's black. I can't see.
Everything's black and you can't see. Well, that sounds like a problem. That would be a problem. Sorry I couldn't rescue you in time there. Come on. There we go. There we go. Alert level elevated. Hi there, Mickey J. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a really good day. We're over here in Fallout 76 for a little while, just kind of completing some of the dailies and just chatting about weird stuff. We were chatting about some of the TV shows. Do you like rewatching TV shows, or do you kind of like just watch it once and let it go from there? For me, I think it's kind of show dependent. Shows like Fringe or Lost or things like that, where you know, kind of the point of things is the mystery that's involved with it. You know, once you've kind of resolved the mystery, you kind of lose out on the big part of what the story was about. You know, you're supposed to be wrapped up in that mystery and stuff, but that thing just completely disappeared. Where did it go? That is bizarre. Why is it doing that? Okay. Anyways, so for me, I guess I see some shows being worthwhile rewatching, and then there are others where it's like, not so much. Not so much. And not just based on the fact that they, you know, were bad shows or something like that, but just about the fact that the show's point is just to enjoy it for what it is at that moment in time, you know, and to go from there. Where'd the other guy go? Oh, there you go. Oh, now how'd that happen? How'd that happen? That's crazy.
How did it get to this point?
The one I'm currently using is an anti-armor fixer with faster fire rate and faster reload speed. It's one I got hold of a while back and really enjoy. I have a few bloodied fixers, but including a bloodied explosive one. Excuse me, but I don't know. For me, I like the AA a little bit better, and it might be because the bloodied fixers that I have don't have the faster fire rate, so I can't really say for sure whether or not it's the fact that it's the faster fire rate on the AA that really attracts me with it, or if it's the just the effect itself that I enjoy more. But I've done a lot of testing, and I don't know. I think that the AA for me just does better overall. But it could be, it's just, your mileage may vary with it, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make. It's not a bad one though. It's pretty good. I think I've got every like major fixer type that you can get. I've got bloodied and AA junkies and all of the really quote unquote good ones. But for me, I guess I keep spinning back to the AA because it's the most, I guess, good feeling one to me. At first I used, one of the first ones that I had found was a Furious one, and I really enjoyed that one. I will say the Furious one is not bad at all. Yeah, right there's the Furious. The Junkies is right there. It's a nice one. Let's see. There's a 2-shot and a Suppressors. And then, yeah, there's one of the bloodied fixers. That one doesn't have faster fire rate or anything. And that one is the bloodied explosive one. So I've tried them all, and I think, like I said, my favorite is this guy right here. Yeah, I'm not sure on the rerolls if I'm going to do too much of it. I definitely won't reroll this one. This one's a god tier one. There's no way I'm rerolling this one. I might reroll one of those bloodied ones that I have just to see like what I can get out of it, and probably would do the Suppressors one as well. The Suppressors isn't too bad. It does have a nice effect on it, but it's kind of, again, situational dependent. If you're using like a full health build and you're not doing sneaking, you're kind of going in, ramrodding your way through. Probably the two best prefixes that you can get hold of would be, I'd say three. Okay. The two best non-junkies, non-AA, that kind of thing, right? But the sub-tier ones, I think, would be either Suppressors or Vampires. Because you could use the Ricochet skill and get that secondary, or that legendary effect hitting the target without having to fire at them. You know what I mean? So, like, if I carry around the Vampire Fixer and somebody hits me, and the Ricochet goes off, then the vampire effect will take place regardless of whether I shot that critter or not. And the same would take place with the Suppressors. If they were to shoot me and the Ricochet goes off, then they're suddenly having that suppressed effect too. So it's kind of a good way, I guess, to avoid having to use Tenderizer. It would save you the perk points not having to use Tenderizer. The Tenderizer effect is really good, Or not Tenderizer. Shoot, which one would it be? Well, the Suppressors. Yeah, I'm sorry. The suppressed effect. So, it'd save you the perk points not having to do that skill while being able to have the skill. That's kind of nice. I'm curious as to how, I've been trying to collect a couple of the mutant weapons too, because I'm curious how the mutant weapons are going to be affected by the new Steel Rain patch too. Because mutants is getting a buff. It may not be much, but I think they're buffing it up to, is it 25%? I think it's 25%, if I remember correctly, is what they're buffing it to. And right now it's 10%. So I think it might actually be a decent alternative to some of the other effects out there. I guess my main thing is that I'd love for them to do effects, like take a look at some of these effects that aren't the meta, because of course, like AA, Bloodied, and Junkies are sort of the meta. That's what everybody wants to use. That's what everybody wants to get a hold of. And with good reason. I mean, they do pump out a lot of damage. But at the same time, that really kills the, I guess, ability to get hold of other weapons, or the effectiveness of any other weapons, Kind of treats them as second-class citizens when there are ways that they could be buffed up and make them really usable, So I do think they're doing that with mutants, but I don't know if the 25% is really going to be enough to make that much of a difference to it, or if it's going to be still way too low compared to the other types, I'm all about variety, in games. I'm all about giving people a good amount of choices to make when it comes to the kind of builds that they want to do or the kind of weapons that they want to use. I think there are a lot of ways that they could do it that they haven't done, I do think that one way or the other, Bloodied is always going to be king, and I think with good reason too. I mean, it's a risk versus reward situation. Yes, Bloodied does a crap ton of damage, but you're also, always skirting that literally bleeding edge of death in order to have that done. So if you're willing to take that risk, it is worthwhile. You want to have some kind of really good reward out of it. But I think that there are ways to do some of the other weapons too that would make it, I guess, more effective too. And I think part of the thing too is that if they made it so that the effect of the unyielding could be done on similar pieces of armor without having to go to the super low health, that would be good too. So for instance, they've got like the new Gourmands thing, right? And that Gourmands thing, while it would be nice, if they could make it so that the effect is, that you get like plus 1 or plus 2 to all the stats when you've got, the Gourmands effect kicked in, then that would be a worthy alternative to having the unyielding, while not having to do the whole Bloodied thing, and still allow the unyielding to, I guess, remain as king, But when unyielding is literally the only thing that you can do to be able to raise your stats up like it does, of course everybody is going to go for it, because right now stats are king. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. For instance, right now I'm running the unyielding so that I can get that intelligence bonus, so that I can get the extra XP, If there was, though, a way that I could do that in a full health build, and even if it was a reduced amount, while still being able to do the full health build, I would definitely go for it, because I prefer doing a full health build. Okay, Clint, thank you so much for tuning in. I definitely appreciate it, and enjoy the sushi. I'm not one to enjoy sushi myself, but my wife absolutely loves sushi. She will go out of her way every day to eat sushi if she could, but yeah, not me. Anyways, so yeah, if they could do something to make it so that you get the at least some, it doesn't have to be the +3, right? But if you can get at least some of the stat bonuses from the other legendary effects that would at least give some kind of variety, some kind of validity to make people not have to think, well, okay, I'd like to play a full health build, but I can't because I have to have this bigger set of stats in order to be able to function, or whatever the case may be. It's like you really limit what people can do in the game, and you make it so that the market just has the focus on that one singular thing. It's really hard to find a good set of unyielding armor because, again, it is the most popular armor to wear. So there's no impetus for people to keep hold of the other types of armor because, well, what are they going to do? They're not going to sell it. It's not going to be worthwhile to other people to have. So why bother holding on to it? It's just, I don't know. Oh yeah, there's a pump action shotgun rifle plans. That'll work. Didn't have those. So I don't know. I hope I make sense with that. I'd love to see that kind of thing be more prevalent, not just in Fallout, but in all games, really, to give that extra validity to other alternative builds happening. And I think that it would really increase not only the ability for people to do what they want to do, because again, this is supposed to be an open world sandbox game. Sandbox games are all about, this is your choice to do what you want to do. But when the alternatives suck completely compared to what this one thing is, then why would you ever go to those other things, right? So you don't actually have it's a choice without a choice. The decision's basically already been made for you, because to do otherwise is to completely gimp yourself, at least in the current iteration of the way things are. So, but I'm all about giving that variety. So that's one of the things that I'm hoping for with the changes that they're doing, is that some of the things at least are going to be able to be thought of as at least somewhat viable alternatives to what is the current meta of the game. That's all I want, Bethesda. That's all I want. Let me have the choice to be able to do other things without having to, for instance, go through these seasons in bloodied mode. Let me do it in full health mode. I'll accept the fact that I don't have to have like all of the stats added, but I'd at least like to say that I can have the chance to have some of the stats added, but there's no other items in the game that'll do that. To me, it would make things more fun, and I think that it would also increase the longevity of the game, because it would allow people to try out the different builds that they want to do. And it would also maybe increase the amount of people that would be coming in to play the game, because, there's more variety there. I don't know. What do you guys think? Comment below on that one. I'd love to know your thoughts with it too. Do you like the current metas the way that they are, or would you rather see some variety given? I guess for me, as a person who does a lot of vendor stuff, I've got these vendors that have a lot of items on them. I see the items that sell really rapidly, and I see the items that don't, and the items that don't, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't, other than the fact that these other items exist and are the top tier of things,
Just trade good.
Well, hello, Grom. Speaking of trading, let's see what you got today. What you got going on? I'm always looking for nice plans. I love Grom. He's one of my favorite things in the game.
Such long walks.
Such long walks indeed. See you later, Grum. You didn't have much of anything for me that I didn't know. And or need. Okay, so let me see what else I've got going on. I can complete the level up and see how close I am to that. Let me take a look at that here real quick. I'm still a little bit of a distance away. Still a little bit of a distance away. I might have to grind that out a little bit. What I can do, let me see. Give me a moment, guys. Sorry. Okay, guys, sorry, my sound system's a little bit messed at the moment. I'm trying to fix it here real quick.
Oh, can anybody hear me?
Okay, there we go. Now I got it on the right channel. For some reason, it changed channels on me there. I'm not sure exactly why. Okay, so here's a couple options that I can do. I know I need to get the level up.
You okay, Momo?
Yeah, you okay, Moo? There you go. Thank you, Grum. Thank you for the visit. At least my turrets didn't decide to attack him today. I don't know why he does that. Like, he'll come to the camp and like suddenly he's attacking everything in my camp and destroying it. It's, yeah. Anyways, okay, so a couple of things that I can do. I know I can do that level up, right? But I'm probably going to have to do it by grinding a little bit. So what I can do is head my way up here to the Aaron Holt farm and grab some cranberries up there. And if you're not aware, that's actually a really good place to get cranberries. Far simpler than trying to hunt them down in the cranberry bog or messing around with the Mirelurk Queen, if you don't think that you can handle that. Let me real quick throw on my green thumb. There we go. Anyways, if you come over this direction from the spawn, you're gonna probably run across a couple of dogs, but oh, sounds like we got some liberators back here too. Bleh. Hate liberators with a passion. All right. Anyways, if you come over this way right here, you're gonna see like that tree right there, and there is a tractor right there in the middle of the field, and there are bugs out here in the field that you can kill off. And once you get to these, this field and the bugs, and you get yourself a little bit protected by killing everything off, there are usually about 11 cranberry bushes that are spawned here. So, like, there's one, and if you have your green thumb on, of course, you can, get double the amount of the cranberries that you loot. But you just kind of like walk back and forth here. You can see them too. Like if you kind of jump over the field a little bit, you can see like where they spawn. But they are kind of hard to capture, kind of a look at for me. I don't always see them right away. And it looks like they're not all spawned here, probably because I have recently looted it. and they have not respawned for me. Go figure. Of course, I'm here trying to tell the people how to do something, and the something is not here. Anyways, this is where they spawn at, is like right there, you see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go down to the bog, ain't I? I am. Usually they're supposed to respawn on like a daily basis, but I don't know. It doesn't always do it for me. But anyways, if you come here, you can get the cranberries pretty easily. It's a lot less dangerous here than it is in some of the other areas. And it might be a thing where I'm just kind of like lagged, or the servers lagged a little bit or something, and they're not like popping up right away either. I have seen that happen on occasion. But at least I've got a few. So this will give me a chance to come back over here to my camp. And, well, okay. Defend mission popped up there at Lakeside. I'm going to go ahead and take care of that real quick, and then I'll go to my camp. But I'm trying hard to get as many score points as I can get out of each of these days because, you know, we're coming up on the end of the season, and I'd like to be able to catch all of the things. Okay. So if I jump up here, I should be able to see whatever's attacking. Sounds like it's scorched. Yep. Where are you at, Scorchies? Is there two more? Ah, they're inside the building. Go figure. Come at me, Scorch, bro. There we go. Okay. Figured I'd go ahead and do that, because why not? It's worth the experience. Experience? That was really weird accent that I did there. Okay, so I'll come back here to my camp, and I will come over here and grab some of my gourds. There we go. Sure, I'll grab some meat fruit while I'm here. Why not? And then I will come down into my basement and create some cranberry relish. I should have enough on hand. Should being the working word here. Let me go ahead and put on Super Duper. Okay. And let's see what I can make. I might be able to make like 2, maybe 3. Nope. I don't have enough goodies. What am I missing? Sugar. Really? I'm missing sugar. Okay. Let me go do that real quick then. I'll show you guys a pretty easy way to get some sugar. It's not super quick, but I don't have to grab like the whole trip worth. I'll just grab enough to make sure that I've got enough cranberry relish to do things. So I hope everybody out there is having a good night. It's been an interesting day for us here, but yeah, we had some coney dogs for dinner. They were really good. Really tasty. My wife likes those Chicago dogs. She's a little weird. Okay, so to get some sugar, you're going to need to kind of make a little bit of a run through kind of a zone. But kind of one of the best ways you can do it is to start like here at the wayward and work your way down the river. And along the river, you're going to see the, the snaptails spawn along the riverbank. And you can like kind of walk through this whole zone right here and end up finding about, if you have the green thumb on, you can find about 100 or so pretty rapidly. But I'm not going to do the whole trip. I just need to get like a few because I'm only going to be able to make, I think, 2 cranberry relishes anyway. Yeah, Chicago dogs. You love them. I know you do. What is it? It's like onion and, isn't it coleslaw? I don't know. Hot peppers, all kinds of weird stuff on them. Okay, so I'll just kind of run along the riverbank right here and see if I can find a few of the snaptails. I just need like 8 of them maybe, I think, because they break down into the sugar. Yeah, hello Scorched. I'm over here at in your business. Scorched and ferals, huh? Alright. Okay, there we go. That's probably going to be enough sugar to make what I need, but I'll go ahead and grab a couple more while I'm right here. Just in case. At least there should be another couple of them along here. Anyways, it's a pretty easy way to get sugar. Just kind of walk along this river bank here. And just look for these snaptails. You'll find them. They are everywhere. Okay, that should be plenty. So I'll head back to the camp and work it out from there. Onions, peppers, pickles, tomatoes, spicy mustard on a poppy seed bun. That's the Chicago dog. That's like the classic Chicago dog style, I guess. I like them Coney style. Just throw some Coney chili on there and throw some onion on there and I'm happy. Don't have to fancy it up with all that other stuff. Okay, so let me go down into my basement again. And this time we should be able to get it made. Oh, wait, nope, I need the sugar first. Duh. There we go, there's the sugar. Yeah, that's plenty. Okay, cranberry relish. We can make 2 of them. I don't know if that gave us the super duper or not. We'll see. Yeah, only gave us 1 extra. That's fine. We'll go ahead and use that up. I'll go upstairs and I'll throw that in the refrigerator. Coffee, tea, or soda? Which ones do you guys prefer? I used to do nothing but soda. You know, I used to do nothing but Mountain Dew, and I would drink the ever-living crap out of that stuff. And of course, you know, it definitely had an impact on the body. But nowadays I do tea pretty much exclusively. I'm not a big fan of coffee. I like coffee if it's cold, you know, like mocha kind of style, I guess. But beyond that, I'm just not really into coffee at all. I know a lot of people out there are really, you know, they'll they'll come at me for for talking down about coffee, but I just don't care for it too much. Not a fan. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and pull out the spoiled fruit here. This was the old cranberry relishes that I had stored. And they rotted away. There we go. I can just get rid of that then. Okay. So now that I have that created and eaten, we should have a 20% bonus on our XP. And we do. Okay, so since I have basically destroyed everything that's on this world, I'm going to go ahead and I'm logging out of this world and I'm going to log into a public world so that I can do a little bit of grinding to get that level done. Yeah, lemonade. I love lemonade. Lemonade is awesome. You're one of them weird people that craves like pickle juice all the time too. Which isn't bad for you. It's not bad for you for sure. She's found it really funny that since her surgery, she's been endlessly craving pickle juice and hot sauce. It's really bizarre. Just out of nowhere, she started super craving pickle juice and hot sauce. And I joked with her, she had to have a bunch of transfusions done. She had well, her whole bloodstream was completely replaced with other people's blood during the surgery time, and so I joke with her, maybe one of the people that she got the blood from ended up having cravings for or addictions to hot sauce or something like that, and so now she's got the super cravings for it too. It's those weird thoughts, things like that. You wonder if it really can happen or if it does happen. It sounds bizarre, but we've seen bizarre-er, right, come out of people, so it wouldn't surprise me. Okay, let me see if anything is spawned over here at Westech. I know I'm in a public world, so maybe not. Nope, there's a couple here. So I'm going to go ahead and throw back on the right perks before I forget about it. There we go. That should be the right ones. And let's go for the head. Good hoot, exactly. Because I just shot you in it, buddy. There we go. Definitely getting a lot more XP out of it now. And now that I'm on a public team with other people, that herd mentality is making the cranberry relish even more effective. I think it jumped it up to 25% now, right? No, it's still 20%. Okay. I wasn't sure. Oh, wait, that's because, I know why. Give me a second here. I can change out the inspirational. Yeah, put on the strange in numbers because I'll actually get more out of having the strange in numbers than the inspirational, I think. Yeah, there's the 25%, and also that gives an additive to the intel as well. So overall, you get a little bit more out of having the strange in numbers than the level 3 of the inspirational. So it's not that much of a difference, but it's enough. It's enough to make one want to do it, Okay. Definitely a lot more XP now. Okay, there we go. And just making sure, I don't think any of these guys were legendaries. I was thinking maybe one of them was. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, Stalker's Light Mission. Oh gosh. Okay, there's my random number generating angel kicking in again. She is definitely asleep at the wheel. Wake up, darling. You've really got to do better for me here. You've really got to do better for me here. I am going to put in a complaint to the Human Resources Department about my RNG angel needing to stop being stoned or whatever it is that she's doing and actually get to work in giving me decent items as drops. Either that or I need to find out who I need to sleep with at Bethesda to make my luck change as well. I'm willing to do either. Alright, let's run inside and see if anybody's spawned up in there. It'd be nice to level up because that 1,000 score points is hard to pass up on, you know? Okay. Well, I see the doors here are closed, so we'll hope that everybody's spawned up in here. It looks like they might be. Yeah. Good. That'll work. The more the merrier. Give me all that lovely XP. Thank you.
Humans. So
Small. So weak. There we go. Moving on. Getting hungry.
to smash.
I can smash your head. Crush your head.
Head.
There we go. Ooh, that was a lucky shot. There we go. I saw one of the things going on the PTS might be changes to West Tech with the upcoming Steel Rain patch. That the inside of it is actually going to be like an instanced type of a deal. So every time you come to it and come back in, it respawns. That'd be really nice. That'd be very handy. I could definitely make use of that. It's probably one of my favorite hunting areas just because it's really good XP farming. And when you're doing these score things, it definitely make things a lot easier than trying to relog into worlds over and over and over again to hunt these guys down. You could do it with like the Scorch Beasts and the Swan Spawn and the Mirelurks and that kind of thing, but I mean, frankly, I think that bullet for bullet, these guys are worth a little bit more overall. So I prefer to do them. Is there one more? There's one more somewhere. probably one of the dogs. Where you at? Yeah, there you are. Okay.
You're here.
Nope, there is no one
Stop
still.
hiding.
There you go. There we go. Okay, let's go do this side over here. Did that kick in? Nope, it did not. Okay, there we go. Little lag there. And a little more lag, but that's okay. They're going down. I almost feel guilty for genociding the super mutants, but, you know, they would do the same to me if they had the choice. Or if they had the chance. Does anybody else ever feel bad about having to kill different critters in games, you know, with these kind of games? It's like some of the critters that you have to kill, I do feel a little guilty about, you know, they make you kill off a lion or a kitty or something like that, and it's like, you know, I don't know. I feel a little guilty about having to kill off a lion or things like that. Hey, there we go. We got the level up. Nice. That'll work. Okay. Let's go around this way here. Any more want to say hi? I want to say hi. Hey, there's a legendary. Cool. And I think he was the last. See if he has anything. Bolstering. Bolstering combat armor. Wow. I mean, I'll scrap it. It is what it is, I guess. It's a 3-star. That's okay. That's okay. All right. Well, you know, while we're down here in this area, we may as well go ahead and tear up some Mirelurks too. Why not? I definitely want to thank you guys for tuning in tonight with me here, and I hope that you've been enjoying yourselves and having fun with the weird conversational things that come to my brain out of nowhere. These are the thoughts that I think, you know, these are the weird things that go on in my head. And if you enjoy this kind of stuff, make sure you guys subscribe to this channel, because I do come out with new stuff every day. And go ahead and like that video too while you're here, just so that I know that I'm doing the right thing for you guys and that you do enjoy the things that I do. I'm a little weird. I am the strangest person I've ever met, and I try to prove it every day in some kind of way. Alright. Get the yard trash cleaned out a little bit. And if you guys know where the term yard trash comes from, you're cool. And you're probably also old. There we go. But it's a term that fits really well. Where you guys at? I hear you. There you are. Okay. So we should be clear for the queen at this point. If she's here. Hey, Queenie. How you doing, darling? Long time no see. Wow, she went down really, really quickly. Okay, then. That was effective. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Okay. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and do Swan while we're over here, too. I did not expect that to go as quick as it did. I do not mind that at all. One weapon I'm on the hunt for, and I've not been able to find, is an anti-armor Gauss rifle. I've been looking for one for a really long time because there are times where I feel like doing the whole sniper route. I did that for the first year or so of playing the game before I switched over to doing a commando build. The main reason why I switched over to the commando build was because I had ended up finding a couple of really nice, commando style weapons. So I kind of did the whole switch over to see which would be better, and I have enjoyed it, but there are definitely times where I miss doing the whole, sniper, one shot, one kill sort of a situation. So I'd love to find another really nice Gauss rifle. The one I've got right now, it's okay. It's a bloodied and it does okay, but I'd love to get a hold of an AA one just to see how well it does. But I have had no such luck. Of course, because again, my RNG angel sucks. She's always sucked though, like my whole life. Like my RNG has always just been terrible. For those of you guys that have watched our shows before, you know that Joe has been a part of my shows here and there. And one of the games that we play together is Stowe, Star Trek Online. And I have been playing that game since the day it was released. Like the day it was released, I started playing that game. I've got thousands of hours played in that game, just like I've got in this one, right? In the game, you can buy the different packs, ship packs and that kind of thing. And so he ended up opening one of the Infinity lockboxes. This is another legendary. Hopefully it'll drop my Gauss rifle. That'd be nice. Anyways, he ended up opening one of the Infinity boxes that's in there. And yeah, he got literally the best thing that you could ever get in the game. Just with that one pack that he opened up. And ended up with over almost 2 billion credits to his name in the game. So, yeah. His RNG angel has always blessed him, and mine has just been absolutely terrible. A vampire hatchet. Yeah. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Yeah. That's the way it goes. Am I alone in that? Am I the only one that just has the absolute crappiest, worst luck in games when it comes to like getting loot? It's crazy. It's almost like something is against me when it comes to looting in games. Hey S19, welcome to the show. I hope you're having a great day. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I've had the worst luck ever in all of the games that I play. It's like I always have to make, I'm already blind, right? I'm already having to do like such a challenge to play these things. Give me a little bit of something here, guys. Give me a little bit of some kind of hope that I'm not just so, out of luck. That I not only am blind trying to play these games, but I also, on top of it, just have the worst looting luck ever that you can get in a game. I don't know. I mean, look, the three things, right? And this is what I've gotten. Just the absolute worst things that you can get. I went to the Purveyor like 2 days ago, spent 1,000 caps and literally got nothing out of it. And the 1,000 caps that I spent on the time before, I got nothing out of. I mean, it's just what the heck, people. Oh yeah, I got a couple of pieces of armor here too. The crappy armor that it gave me on top of it. Yeah, just terrible. Just terrible. I don't know. Am I the only one? Am I alone in this? I'm not alone in it, right? S19. Yeah, I'm not alone in it then. Okay, good. At least I know. At least I know I'm not just this pitiful guy who's got the worst possible luck with all this stuff. I don't know. Well, we got the level out of it. That's good. That's a good thing. And we're not too far away from getting the next score round too. So I think what I'm going to do is do the same thing that I just did. I'm going to go ahead and hop onto a private world here. And I'm just going to go, devastate everything that's around and see what more XP I can get out of it while the cranberry relish is running. Maybe it'll push me up like closer to the next score rank with it. I'm trying with it though, because we've only got 9 days left in the score season, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get enough score points to be able to get enough score levels to be able to complete this season. I'm not sure. I've unfortunately had to take like 3 weeks of time worth off of being able to play the game. So, I got really behind on the score. Okay, so let me go ahead and go into hiding mode here. We'll run over. Well, we can kind of take it from one side to the next. Right, exactly, S19. That's the problem. Like, I've got so many things that are in my stash box that are they're crap, right? I mean, they're just not really all that good and not worth holding on to. But with only being able to do 150 script points per day, and if you don't log in every day, well, you're kind of getting screwed over there too. It kind of, I don't know, it just makes it really difficult to hold on. I've got like 3 mules plus my wife's account that I've got different weapons on, weapons and armor that it's waiting to get rid of or things that I just don't want to get rid of. Wow, I flung him across the universe, man. Jeez. That went well, I guess. Let me finish up this yard trash here real quick. Yeah, I mean, I've got like a lot of stuff that I don't want to get rid of because I want to use it on alts, or I want to, eventually sell it to other people or whatever the case may be, but I don't know. It's hard to do it when you've got the limited. Then this is even after they upgraded the stash box too, But yeah, it's really, because I went through the time where I what was it? 2 weeks ago, we had the 15 legendary week where we had to kill 15 legendaries through the week to get the score. And it took me that full, I did not get legendary spawns that whole dang week. It took me almost that entire week to get enough legendary spawns to be able to just get that score done. So when you've got that few happening, you just don't get the legendaries to script, but I don't know. I hate throwing things away or throwing things down that I could get something out of because it's just so rare for me to get a hold of anything, to do it with. So, I don't know. All right, well, let's kill off Spawn here, or Swan here. Sorry, Spawn. Well, he's a Swan Spawn. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, get what I mean. All right, moving on to the super mutants. If the fast travel bug doesn't happen. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I love this game. I've got over 2,100 hours in the game. So obviously I really enjoy the game, but it's just there's certain things that just tweak my nerves a little bit, and that happens to be one of them. I wish that they would make my luck a little bit better. Oh wow, yeah, that's a lot of lead and stuff. That'd be nice. It's like the main reason why I have the Fallout First is just for that scrap box thing, because I have so much stuff that, you know, even if I didn't have the Fallout First and I didn't have the scrap box available, I would be screwed, really, because I would have no room for anything. I've got so much resources saved up on, you know, it's pitiful. Because I grind so much in the game. I think there's a legendary over there. Thank goodness. Nope. I was wrong. I thought he was. Okay, did I get them all? I think I did. Yep, okay. We'll run around to the backside. Oh yeah, I forgot to join into the public team. Yeah, at one time I had like, I don't know, it must have been 7,000 or 8,000 lead scrap stored up and like 20,000 steel, and yeah, I've gotten rid of most of it because I've had to do so many of these, you know, weapon spotlights and that kind of thing. It takes a lot of resources to do them, to make sure that you've got like all the mods and everything like that that you're gonna want for the best sort of test. So I got rid of a lot of them. Need to rebuild my stashes a little. Okay, we'll run inside and see what's going on in there. Hey, there's Fist. How you doing? Did you enjoy your nap time? Yeah, I love this fixer. This is definitely one of my favorite weapons in the game. It's a heck of a thing just to like two-shot these super mutants down, you know.
Need to fight. Need to smash.
I don't think I will ever get rid of this weapon. All right, let's walk over this way. Well, wander anyway. Oop, missed that. There we go. I like to look on them from above. He's legendary. There we go. Guys, seriously. You see this? Berserker's Machete. 1 star. There was another one. Mutant's Sturdy Armor. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I think Bethesda is just doing this to screw with me at this point. I honestly do. I think they're just doing it to mess with my head. They're like, no. You got a nice weapon, dude. You don't need anything else. You don't need anything else. I mean, we've killed what now? 7 legendaries so far today, right? 7. And have gotten the worst drops. I'll take the screws. That'll work. Give me your screws in compensation. You're screwing me over. I'm taking your screws. Yeah, jackpot indeed. I would really like to do a good shotgun build. One of my alts, I had actually started off as doing a shotgun build, and I ended up switching it out to something else over time. But I'd like to give a good shotgun build a fair shake. I do think that, like, I've seen really, really potent builds with them. And I have a few really nice shotguns, but I don't know. I don't like getting up close and personal if I don't have to. That's why I don't melee. But I might. I've got a couple of nice bloodied ones. I've got a couple of nice vampire ones, and I think I've got a couple of nice junky ones too, if I remember right. But I haven't looked for a little while. I think that I have those on a couple of alts. But yeah, I wouldn't mind giving it a try, a whirl, just to see what it can do. Have some of that there, George. This gun is very good for just doing the grinding thing, you know, because you can really get a good amount of damage going in the flow. Once you've got like the adrenaline pumped and that kind of stuff, you can really get a good amount of damage out of this. I like them a lot. Another legendary.
Yes, brother. Oh.
Instigating Cryolator. In the hands of the right person, it might do some decent, but I'm not those hands. And really, I don't think so. It doesn't put out enough like frontline damage to be able to do a whole lot. Executioner's Lever Rifle. Okay. I won't say that's a terrible weapon. If it was maybe more stars, it'd probably be really good, you know, really effective. But okay, so executioners have some good effects depending on what you do. If you have a low damage weapon, like a combat rifle, like a fixer, for instance, a fixer doesn't have like a lot of front load damage. It is what it would be called, like front load damage, right? So it does 116 damage per shot. Okay. Instigating would not be very effective with this one. Okay. And executioners would. So executioners, well, I mean, even with this one, it might not. I guess I'm thinking opposite. So if the action rifle, if the lever action rifle was instigating, it probably would do okay, because instigating with that front load damage is where you really come into the potential power, right? It's double damage if the target is full health. Okay. Executioners, if it gets down to 40% or less damage or health, then you do the extra damage, right? So a low damage weapon, like low damage per shot, would do well with executioners, but not with instigating. And a weapon with instigating on, like, let's say a Gauss rifle or something like that, where it does, you know, a lot of damage at that front load, that's where it would do a lot of good. So this lever action rifle, I don't know. I don't think it'd be very good. I can do a couple of tests with it eventually, so I will keep it around. But I don't know if it would really be very effective. And the problem is that, okay, so with, again, executioners, if you're using it on a high damage weapon, like a lever action rifle, they do a lot of damage, right? If you're using it on a high damage weapon, the first shot might take them to that 40%, but you're not using the executioners to get there, right? So you're not using the legendary effect to get it to that point. Then the executioners would kick in and the second bullet would have that executioner's damage. But if you did enough damage on the first shot to get them down to the executioner's range, then your second shot is going to be doing that much damage too, you see. So it makes it so that you have to think you're doing that damage regardless of the or you're doing the kill regardless of whether it's with the executioner or not. You're killing them off with 2 bullets with the executioners or killing them off with 2 bullets without the executioners. You see what I mean? So the question is, do you just want to use a weapon that would have, you know, no legendary effect? Because that's essentially what it comes down to. Yeah, it always gives the guns you don't want, exactly. And with my Angel, yeah, most definitely. Anyways, it's just kind of like one of those things that I found out with, you know, doing the weapons tests and stuff. There are certain weapons that instigating an exterminator or executioners works really, really well on. And, you know, it can make really full use out of. But there are others that you'd almost be better off not having a legendary effect there. Or if you want to use that legendary effect, that's fine. But you're kind of more using the secondary and tertiary effects, like the faster fire rate, explosive, that kind of thing. And one thing about the explosive effect too, the worst legendary that you can have that effect on is an instigating. And there's a good reason why. So if you have an instigating weapon that has explosive on it and you hit a target with that bullet, and that bullet then hits a secondary target, you know, that explosion hits that secondary target, then that secondary target has had at least 1 point of damage done to it, thereby making any shots against it not have the instigating effect. So you're kind of doing yourself wrong because the effect you're negating by having the explosive on it. Another one that is troublesome with the explosive effect is Furious, because with Furious, the point of it is that each shot that's consecutive on the same target does progressively more damage, right? Well, if you're having the explosive damage on a Furious weapon and that explosion hits a secondary target, then that negates the Furious on that first target because you're no longer hitting that target with damage. You see what I mean? It resets it every time. So those two weapons, you really, really want to avoid having explosive damage on. And having like an inherently explosive weapon, like, I don't know, a missile launcher, Fat Man, or grenade launchers, that kind of thing, where they have the inherent explosive effect, it's even more exacerbated there. You see what I mean? I don't know, it's weird, but yeah. It's weird, the different like combinations that you can get that you can really screw yourself over with if you don't pay attention to what they really are. I don't know. It's kind of one of them things. But anyways, I'd love to find an AA Gauss rifle. That's kind of like my next goal of a weapon. Love to get a hold of one of those. That'd be kind of my new favorite, because I miss tooling around with the sniper builds. I love doing the sniper builds. I did them for the first year of my gameplay in the game. And I do miss, you know, kind of that one shot, one kill thing. I kind of like to go around with my bloodied Goss once in a while just to say, yeah, this is a fun time, you know. But I have not had the luck to be able to get a hold of one of those yet, unfortunately. It just is what it is. I've been trying to find one to buy or whatever, but no such luck for me. No such luck for me. Okay, well let me see. How close am I to the next rank? I'm getting there, right? Again, pardon my vision issues. I have to kind of lean forward here pretty hard to be able to see what I'm doing. I'm not too far. I need about 8 more of those 100 pointers to get to the next level, because I do have the daily ops thing that I could do, but frankly, I don't know. I can try the one today. It's another one of those decryption ones, and I hate doing the decryption ones. And they're cloaked as well. Let me see. I have a decision to make here with it. Pardon me for a moment while I try to decide what I'm going to do here. I'm thinking I could do it, but if I do it, I'm going to do it with a heavy build and maybe use one of the explosive heavy weapons that I've got. Or see, I think the only other one that I've got right now for commando is my quad explosive railway, which wouldn't be very effective with it. And my bloodied explosive fixer. I think those are the main ones that I would have. Because I don't have, like, I've moved weapons off of this character onto alts, you know, so I'm kind of like down on the weapon choices that I could use that would be effective with this. I think, let's see, I have a 2-shot explosive light machine gun. Do I have that on this character still? I don't think I do. Okay. No. I mean, I could do a Tesla too. That could work. Maybe the vampire Tesla would work. I can try it. I don't know. Okay, let me get a little bit of health back. I don't want to go in like on the bleeding edge of death when I'm going against the things that have like the extra piercing damage, you know? What do you say? I can give it a shot. I can give it a try and see if the vampire Tesla would do any kind of good. It may. It may. I mean, it's worth a try, right? Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Let me go ahead and drink some full water down here. Just so I have the AP. Sure, I'll get myself full health too. Okay. Let's give it a try. I don't know how well this is going to work, but we'll give it a shot. Okay, let's see what we can do. I'm hoping maybe the vampire Tesla will be enough to like compensate for the damage that they're going to do.
Team, come in.
And with it being a vampire, or with it being a Tesla, I might be able to.
We keep our lines secure.
Yeah.
Track down interceptors to your
Okay.
Our uninvited guest must want us to put on
Give me a
show.
second. Give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and exit here.
Start pinning out their numbers first, and I'll provide further instruction.
Yeah, shut up, Dodge. I'm leaving. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna actually put myself in full health, and I think I'll put on the power armor, just to give a little bit of extra DR. Then I'm sorry. Give me a moment, guys. I need to AFK just real fast. Just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. I gotta get myself seated and comfortable again here real quick. So yeah, I'm gonna do full health and see if I can get it to do a little bit better. I'll go ahead and jump into power armor. Just to get that little bit of extra DR. Yeah, I know this particular daily op one is just, ugh. I hate the decryption ones anyway, you know, but having them be cloaked on top of it, ugh. Yeah. I will give it my best shot, though. I will try. And real quick, I'm going to go ahead and unload and load the weapon so that we don't get the power armor reload thing. There we go. All right, let's try this again.
This is Initiate Vernon Dodge from the Brotherhood of Steel. We need assistance shutting down radio interceptors at your location. They're smart, whoever they are. Place these devices in an area swarming with powerful baddies. Kill a few of them before the
Quad
next
would work
step.
better, but
Happy hunting.
I need the vampire effect.
These guys hit hard. Keep
Yeah,
in
they hit
shadows
hard,
and
all right.
strike
Thank you.
fast. Too much noise and you'll get over your head.
Sheesh. I'm definitely not worried about getting elder rank here, that's for sure. That is for sure. I'll be lucky if I can get through it at all. 2 more. The reload on this is just,
Alright, I got some intel on an enemy carrying a code. We'll need you to shut down one of the interceptors.
where you at? Down here?
Intel's not precise, so try to pick your targets wisely. Keep it quiet if you can. It's too early to get the whole place up in arms.
I have heard if you put the Grenadier perk on while you're using a quad, it'll extend the range out a little bit, but I don't have that one. I don't think I'd have room for it in the slots, really. Okay, okay, looks like they're all this way.
There we go.
Yeah.
The code carrier's down. Now let's shut down one of those interceptors.
Okay, one of the interceptors should be up here. I'm just gonna run past these guys a little bit. See if I can get it going.
Interceptor shut down.
Ah, well, I got the interceptor done anyway, so I don't have to worry about it.
Take out some more hostiles. I'll try to track down the next code.
Okay. Let me hunt the rest of these guys down now. That first one went smoother than it did the other day with the decryption, though, so hey, that's something, right? Where are the next ones? Over here? Die. Come on, mole miner guys, where you at? Usually you come at me no problem, but they like to hide in their little mole ways. There were like a bunch of them here the last moment that I was here, but yeah. Was that even hitting? Maybe it was. Yeah, a little bit. A couple of shots did anyway. There we go. There we go. There we go. Next. Teslas are a little weird to get used to when you're used to using like regular rifles too. You know, it's a whole different animal altogether. They're fun. It's just I'm not like the best with them. I've seen people be really, really effective with Teslas, but I'm not as good as some others out there. Yeah, I need to go this way. And again, some of that might have to do with my vision issues too, because you have to like aim it kind of precisely to get the most value out of the shots, but yeah, it is what it is. Not a bad choice for this daily op, though. I've died once, but that was kind of from my own stupidity comparatively. See if it'll catch any of them. Go.
The next code carrier's
Okay,
in your
there we
area
go.
now. I don't have
Direction do we
exact
need? This
details,
way?
so make your kills quiet. Wouldn't want them calling the cavalry in.
They're already calling the cavalry in. What are you talking about, Dodge? There's already crap loads of them all around. Hello, missile. Hello, missile again. Okay. Onwards, McGee.
Second code
Okay,
acquired.
there we go. Good.
Same deal as before. Sneak over to an interceptor, shut it down.
Works for me. Let me jump over here and do this one.
Great, that's 2 down.
I was trying to get it before I did the kills so that the kills would
Don't know
count.
what comes next. Hunt down another batch of these poor fools.
Okay, and hopefully we can find the next batches really quickly. That'd be nice. They're so grouchy. They're so very grumpy. I don't know. What can I do to cheer you guys up? Besides just ending your day. They're so very grumpy. I think they're just hungry. I think they just need a cracker or something. Okay, just need a couple more, and we'll be all done with this.
Got a strong signal
There we
for a
go.
code carrier. This is a mean one. Sneak up on them first. Get a few shots in before they notice.
Okay.
Coordinate a
Yeah,
takedown
there
with
it
your whole team if you have to. We need that code.
Okay. Need a little help here. Help me, help me. It's gonna take a little bit. Okay, I'll tell you what, actually, let me throw on my AA. Because I can get him down a little bit faster, maybe. Almost there. Come on now, just die.
Target eliminated.
There you
Great
go,
work,
thank you.
team. You ready to shut down the final
All right.
interceptor?
And the final one is right here, so that'll work.
That does
Sheesh.
it. Our line is secure.
Got it.
Let's
My
hope there
goodness.
are more of these out there. Who am I kidding? I'll give you all a holler if I find another. Ad Victorium.
Oh my goodness. We got it. Yeah, it goes through the bullets pretty quickly. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Clint. I think that the Grenadier does increase the range and everything of the Tesla, but I don't have that perk all set up and everything. And I use the Tesla just so rarely; it's just not worth spending the points on. Really, I mostly did it just as a trial to see if it would, do okay. And I mean, it did okay. We got through it at Paladin level. So not too bad. What do we get out of it? Not much of anything. Not much of anything. Gee, who's surprised? Who's surprised? Are you guys surprised at the lack of loot that I got? So, S19, are you interested in doing like heavy style or something that's just more run and gun kind of thing, full health, bloodied? There's a lot of really cool options that are there. If you want to do a full health one of the probably, like, I would say full health commando, one of the best kind of weapons that you could do besides like a fixer, because again, fixers are really hard to get a hold of cheaply, especially the really good ones. You're going to kind of pay out the nose for. Yeah, my RNG angels really suck. But one of the things that I would recommend really would be like a railway rifle build. If you could build around a really nice railway rifle, those things, oh my God, they pump out the damage. I would say they're probably the highest damage, non-sniper, non-heavy weapons. You can really pump out some damage with them. And I used railways for a really long time. They're a lot of fun to use, but you're not going to be very sneaky with it because you can't silence them. You can't put a suppressor on them, and they're very, very loud. The bullets are really easy to make, though. I mean, it only takes steel, steel scrap. That's literally the only thing that you need for making the railway spikes. And you can always re-loot the railway spikes a lot of times when you do a kill. So, but you can kill a super mutant sometimes in one hit with a good railway rifle. They're really nice. I've got a few that are really good. Probably one of my favorite is the quad explosive. I love the quad explosive railway. It really pumps it out. Let me see. Anti-armor railway is really good too. Anything along those lines as far as a non-stealthy kind of commando build, I think would do really good. If you don't want to do that kind of thing and you want to do a commando style still, I mean, bloodied is definitely an option, but it depends on if you want to do bloodied or not. Melee, yeah, melee is good. The main issue with melee is that if you're wanting to take on some of the bigger critters like Scorch Beasts and that kind of thing, you're gonna maybe have a little bit of a harder time trying to do it solo because they're always up in the air and you have a difficult time already kind of getting them to come down and land to get the good shots in. So melee is really good in cases where you're not dealing with that sort of a thing. But if you're not too antsy about it, it's pretty good otherwise. And as far as that goes, you'll probably want to look for something that's a faster swing speed weapon. Those are probably the most effective secondary effect that you can get for a melee style. Need to get my weight up a little bit, or my carry weight up a little bit. Because unfortunately, I'm carrying a lot of stuff. Let me go ahead and go back up and get some dirty water, and I'll drink that down. Yeah, commando weapons tend to be really expensive because everybody likes to do the commando builds. I mean, they're popular for a reason. They are the meta for a reason. You definitely pump out the damage, and you can take down pretty much everything that's in the game without much issue. If you want to do other style, though, you can definitely get the weapons quite a bit cheaper. Melee is probably the most inexpensive route to go overall. But you got to really make it so that you're survivable. That's the point. You got to really try to make it so that you're survivable. If you're doing bloodied, you're probably going to have a little bit of a difficult time. It's very difficult to make a good non-deathy bloodied melee build. Takes a little bit of doing, but you can. Grabbing some of the dirty water so I can get the radiation up a little bit. There we go. Now I got my carry weight back up. Okay, cool. That'll work. All right, so I've got the dailies all complete except for the nuclear winter, which I have no interest in doing. I don't PvP in any way, shape, or form. Sorry, guys, but it's just I'm already handicapped, so doing those is really difficult for me to do. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna switch over to a couple of different worlds here, and we can see if we can grind out a little bit more as far as XP goes so that I can get the next score rank. I'd like to get that next score rank. That'd be really nice. Oh, shoot. I was already on a private world. What am I doing? Oh, see that really sucks there, S19. So one of the things that I would do on any kind of trading that's for a valuable item is to do it through Market 76. Market 76 has a Discord. They also have a Reddit. And if you do it through them, you can have somebody kind of be a courier to go between. And that prevents scams in a big way. And it might cost you a couple of caps. Like I think most of them charge some caps or something like that to do the courier service. But it's definitely worthwhile doing it that way to really reduce your risk down of getting screwed over, because it's so easy for people to scam people in this game when it comes to trading. I would not, like if I was to trade this AA fixer, I would not do it without having a go-between there to help. Just no way. It would not be worth my time to try it without. So, yeah. Definitely do a courier and do it through Market 76. There, you can find ones that have a good rep, to do it through there. One of the things with the new update they're doing, I think they're upping the cap count that you can get from vendors each day, which would be really nice. I think they're upping it to 3,000 a day. That'd be really good. Do you have a difficult time in finding things to sell, or are you getting limited by that cap limit per day? Is that what the issue is? Yeah, most people actually look for the flux to do the trade with. The flux is worth a little bit more per flux than caps are. It's sort of like the go-to thing that people use. But the flux can be pretty easy to get a hold of. If you're high enough level, you can go into the nuke areas and get the flux pretty quickly. It just kind of depends on what you want to mess around with. I'll join with the public team so I can get the extra boosts. And I'll just do the same thing I did before. I'll head over here to the Scorch Beast and see what they have to say about things. Okay, so finding things to sell. So one of the things that I do to get valuables to sell is coming over to West Tech, killing all the super mutants that are in there, and taking the assault rifles. The ones that are sharpshooters, the ones that are automatic, those are worth, 40 to 50 caps usually at the vendor bots. You can sell them off for about that much. It doesn't sound like much, but when you do it, 10 or 15 times, selling off 10 or 15 of the weapons, it adds up pretty quickly. You can fill that out pretty quick. Another thing that you can do is to set up a camp, like especially since you've got the ability to build multiple camps nowadays, you can set up a camp that is just simply there to get purified water. So if you find a camp spot, like for instance, let me see, down in, I'm trying to remember where I've got it built before. Yeah, down like right in this zone here on the map, there's a lot of water spots, and you can usually set up, somewhere between 5 and 10 of the water purifiers, and just collect them. Kind of like log in, collect them. Log in, activate that camp, and leave it run for a half hour or something like that, and you'll get 50 to 100 purified water just in that little half hour worth of time. And then you can turn around and sell those to the vendor bots basically, and really fill out that cap limit each day with no problem whatsoever. Yeah, camp in White Spring, that's good. Like I said, you can use that second camp slot and just set one up that's purely farming water, and just log into it for 10 minutes, a half hour, 15 minutes, whatever you want, just to collect enough of the water each day to give yourself that boost. Another thing you can do is you can take over like the workshops, like for instance right here at the Sunshine Meadows. I don't know if you guys know this or not, like I don't know if you're aware of how this works, but you can see like if you hover over the workshops here, you can see, okay, so this one has 1 packaged food, 3 fertilizer, 1 junk, 1 aluminum, 1 concrete, 3 water, and 10 food. So basically what happens with the game is there are ticks in the game, and I don't mean the little critters that you kill, but the time passage goes by ticks, and each of the ticks that are in the game equates to that many items per tick being generated in whatever processors you have going on. So you can have 10 pieces of food planted, and each tick it will generate all 10 pieces of food. You could have 3 water purifiers planted, and all 3 water purifiers would have their resource filled each tick. So you can find different workshops. I think there's one that has like almost 5 or 10 water to it. I'm trying to remember which one it is. Yeah, this one has 8. So there you go. So taking over the landfill would be a good way to get like the purified water generating as well. So that you can like take over the workshop, lay down the purifiers, and get 8 water generated per tick. That would fill up those resource generators really quickly. So it's kind of a way that you can do it without having to set up a full camp. You can just go in and take over a workshop and do it like that, to get the purified water to sell each day. So just kind of a way to do it without having to go out and actually, farm goodies, to sell at the vendors. You can just sell purified water until you reach the cap limit each day. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Sometimes people will do the glitches to destroy your stuff, you know, and it's just unfortunate. The world that we live in is filled with griefers. It sucks. One thing I'm kind of hoping that they do with the whole pacifist mode is they make it so that your camps are kind of untargetable too. That would be really nice. I don't know if they've done that or not. He's saying he'd find me soon, human, but he was firing ineffectually the whole time. Sounded kind of desperate there, Super Mutant. Kind of desperate indeed. Anyways, I hope that helps out. There's little tricks and things like that that you can do to get your resources up pretty quickly, including caps. You know, caps are probably one of the easiest things you can get a hold of in the game. It's the other things that are a little rarer, you know, that are a little more difficult. The one thing that, like, okay, so for instance, you come here to West Tech and you see these super mutants. They drop assault rifles a lot, and those sharpshooter versions of them, they sell for like 50 caps. And if you have in your perks, if you do like 3 charisma and you have hard bargain at level 3, you can get quite a bit of caps out of selling things to the vendors, up to and including that purified water I'm talking about. So, you know, you can fill out your cap limit pretty quickly. It will be nice with the new version having that extra cap generation being there. I can definitely make use of that. Go. Got them all down. We'll run inside and see if anybody's left in there. It's a public world, so it's hard to tell. Okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, griefers are in every game that you play, really, but sometimes the tools that are given in this game are really easy for them to get the exploits through, you know. There we go. Got the next little gain XP thing. Is my cranberry relish still running? I need to check that. It is not. Actually, okay, let me run back out to my camp here, or my tent here real quick, and I'll grab another cranberry relish just so I can make use of the most XP I can here. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the beginning stages of the game, they had issues with people griefing a lot, so it maybe got hit with a pretty bad rep there to begin with. But I think they've come a long way at this point. And I do, again, hope that the pacifist mode will help out quite a bit with that, too. That they make it so that the camps aren't targetable at all. The biggest griefer that I have in the game is Grom. I know it sounds kind of weird, but Grom is probably my biggest griefer because that guy, every time he comes around my camp, my turrets end up targeting him for some reason. It's like a weird bug that happens, and if my turret ends up targeting him, then the next thing I know, he's in there trying to destroy my camp, and I have to like break my turrets down so that he doesn't end up destroying everything. He's ended up, like, without me realizing that it was going on, he's ended up almost completely destroying one of my camps before. So, you know, it's like he's probably my biggest griefer that I've ever had. Okay, now that we have the cranberry relish going, we can actually make use of things. Yep, I usually collect toxic goo. I usually have 8 to 10 on me at any time. I need to make sure I grab some here this time around too. Oh, well, shoot. You know what? My game just crashed. Let me reload it here real quick. Sorry, guys. I will get it loaded as fast as I can. That do suck. Doesn't happen often, but it happens once in a while. It didn't like me doing the cranberry relish, apparently. It's like, nah. You're level 420 some. You don't need to have that much. Let's see. Will it jump me back into the same world again? Maybe. We'll see. Give me a moment. I'll get it all recovered here. Sorry, guys. Yeah. That's the first one I've had while I'm doing live streaming. Go figure. I think that's probably the first crash I've had in months. I don't usually do it. I don't know. It's weird. Happens once in a while, and you have a clue why it does it. Just those random moments Bethesda's just like, nah. Alright, let's see if I can get back in there again. Well, there's one critter left. No, they put me on a different world altogether, I think. Either that or I got lucky and it respawned everything outside here. Oh, we can see what happens. I don't mind the XP, that's fine with me. I will take it. It's just a bonus. All right, there we go. Yeah, see, there's that original super mutant. So yeah, it respawned everything. I can deal with that. Freebie XP for me. You guys back here too? Yep, they're back here too. Hi guys, nice to see you again. Feel like we just met again. See, this turret didn't respawn, did it? Nope. That's interesting. Alright, well, we'll go back inside again. Oh, hello. You guys are out here too? Did it respawn again? What the heck? Okay. Yeah, you guys can keep respawning. I don't mind. Keep it coming. I'll do this over and over. I'm here for you guys' deaths anyways. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, they're respawning again. Well then. Something must be up with this server. I'll take the Zealot's chest piece, I guess. Just script it. Too funny. I mean, if I go around the back again, are they going to be back there again? I will see. I'm willing to check. Nope. Doesn't look like it. All right. Well, we'll go inside then. Oh, nope. See, the turret did. Oh, that's great. I love it. I will take that server bug every day. Every day.
Hungry.
Okay, another legendary spawned up. There we go. Instigating harpoon gun. That's hilarious. I got exactly this same weapon a couple of days ago. Exactly this same crappy weapon. Same limit damage and everything on it. That's insane. Okay, just making sure. I thought I heard another one over here, but nope. Okay. That'll work. Okay, we'll go inside now. That's fantastic. Yeah, I haven't seen that much respawning either. That's pretty crazy. It must have been a server bug of some kind. Did these guys in here respawn? No. See, these guys in here didn't. But I didn't go any further than right here, so... I'm gonna grab the goo all in here. Get that grit. There we go. Gave me some more rads, but that's okay. It's just extra damage, right? Yeah. Just that much extra damage. So what do you guys think about humanity and our ability to create things like AI and all of that kind of stuff? Do you guys think it's a good idea? We were talking about that earlier, and it's one that I'm always curious about people's thoughts on, because you know, different people have different opinions when it comes to technologies and our advancements or lack thereof. And one of my, you know, look, I am a science fiction author, right? I have published 14 books, and I've got dozens of short stories out there as well, and a lot of them do deal with that kind of a topic, you know, of AI, technology, all of that kind of stuff. You know, obviously it's part of science fiction. And I don't know, my thought is that when it comes to humanity, I mean, we've reached a certain threshold where we are able to create life, really. I mean, create life. We've not just meaning like, you know, biological life, but artificial life as well. And it's getting pretty advanced. You know, it really is. It's getting pretty advanced. And I think that within the next 10 years, we're going to see some really drastic progress, because it's sort of like, you know, when you reach a certain threshold of technology, it's difficult to get it to that point. But then once it reaches a certain point, it like snowballs from there. There's that snowball effect that happens, and the tech starts really developing at a hyper velocity from there. And so, like, I think that we're at that point when it comes to AI, and it's kind of concerning to me, because I think, so we as human beings, you know, we have this certain level of self-thought, you know, and unfortunately, I think that a lot of that self-thought is more full of egotism and still very dark things. And I guess the question is, like, do we have the ability to handle creating this entire life form out of ourselves, when the reality is that we don't even have the ability to care for our own children in the way that we should. 3-star Furious Ski Sword. Okay, well, I mean, that's not too bad of a weapon, but at the same time, I would never use it. Yeah, I mean, we're a long way from AI, like, taking over our jobs, taking over systems and that kind of thing. But at the same time, you know, I look at the world today and I see how people treat their kids, and how, you know, our children are kind of like almost by default anymore victims in some kind of way of the stupidity of their parents, be that the way that they're taught or the way that they're treated, you know, and on and on and on. And I guess the question that I have, or the question that comes to my mind with regards to all of this is, you know, are we as human beings actually mature enough to handle creating this entire life form? Hey, there's a nice level. And I don't know, to me, I really don't think that we are, because we don't have, I guess, there's not enough of us that are, I guess, being smart and decent with our kids, you know, that it's a hard topic to talk about, because, you know, look, I was abused as a kid. You know, I was raised by a whiskey drunk, and went through all the abuse cycle with that, and, you know, the horribleness that comes from all of that. And I see other parents out there just really kind of doing the same things to their kids. I see them, you know, not giving their kids any kind of ability. Somebody actually bought my Assassin's Assaultron blade. I have had that on my vendor for literally months. Wow. Okay. Well, more power to you, dude. Anyways, I don't know. I don't see parents, like, often enough telling their kids, look, you be the person that you want to be, and I'll be happy with whoever it is that you are, as long as you're not evil. You know what I mean? I don't hear parents say that kind of thing to their kids very often. I try to say that to my kids as often as I can. I want them, you know, I want them to be happy. That is literally all that I ever want for them out of their lives. And if that means that they're gay, trans, they want to be, you know, agnostic, or they want to be Christian, they want to be whatever they want to be, whatever they want to be, I'm going to be happy for it if they're happy, you know, and as long as they're not evil, that's all that I care. And I hope that I've had, I hope that I've raised them well enough to know the difference of whether they're being evil or not. You know what I mean? And I think that as parents it should be the ultimate goal, is to just do that and nothing more. You know, make it so that your kids have the best opportunities that they can to be the best people that they can. And that's all that we as parents should expect for our kids. But so many parents out there are so in their kids' businesses and in their kids' faces, you know, constantly, forever. And I don't know. I don't think that's the right thing to do. And I think that because that kind of thing is so prevalent, and so much of a thing, I don't think that we as humans are really ready to create a whole new life form out of ourselves that's going to encounter these exact same kind of problems from us. You see what I mean? I don't know. It's a weird topic, but it's just one that I'm kind of passionate about, because I see all of these different things occurring, you know, and I don't know. I guess that's one of the main reasons why in every video I give you guys my dad moment, because so many people out there have either no dad or useless dads, you know, that are just horrible. And so I want to be kind of like at least some beacon of some kind of positivity in your lives. You know what I mean? So let me give you my dad moment for the day. You, no matter who you are, no matter what you are, no matter what you're going through, you are worthy of love. And don't ever let anybody tell you any different. Okay? Don't ever let anybody tell you any different. You are, as you stand right now, worthy of being loved. Okay? And if you really want to know the honest truth, if you're not being evil, I love you. Okay? I really do. Need more of you like that. So, be who you are. The only thing I ever want of anybody is for you to be the best you that you can possibly be. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, now that I got all serious with you guys, let's see about killing some of these Mirelurks off. All right. Well, I think we got all the main ones. We can go after the queen here and grab her XP. Oh, nope. I hear another one approaching. Where you at? Hello, Queenie. Nice to see you again. And she went down real quick again. Wow. Wow. Nice. I can deal with that. I can deal with that. Works for me. All right. Let's see. I feel like taking out another Scorch Beast. Let's see if I can find one. They're all around in here, right? I hear another Mirelurk too, and I'm not sure where he's at. He sounds like he's right this direction, but... Am I getting lagged or something? No, no. You're over there. Why are you not getting targeted by rats? That's weird. That's weird. It had it as a friendly for a moment there. Did you guys catch that? That's weird. Is it all like, now you killed our queen, man. We're yours now. Should I have kept him? All right. All right. Let's see. If I go over here, I don't want to fast travel there. I can just run it. No. There we go. Just mark it on my map so I can see where I'm going with it. Let's see if we can get a Scorch Beast over there to spawn up for us. So not bad. Those cranberry relishes and doing a little bit of grinding definitely gets you up there. We gained well, basically a level and a half today, so not bad. Is he legendary? He might be. Oh, he is. Nice. He, she, I don't know. Are they male? Are they female? I don't know. Hello, Scorchy. Yeah, I know. I'm in the radiation. Yeah, I'll do a Rad-X here real quick. Or not Rad-X, but right away. Just because I'm bleeding edge of the radiation right now, so. Get its attention there. And we'll just about take it out. I don't want to kill it like right over the fissures, so I'm going to see if I can get it to come over this way. Ah, you're going to go over there and target something else, aren't you? Okay, come here. Now, most of those shots should have hit, but, you know, that's like, gotta love it, right? And if you want some more dad advice, always tip your wait staff. You know, it's important. In the U.S. it is anyway. I know somebody said they live in the UK, so they don't tip over there, and that's true. You know, that's true. I probably still would myself, just because we're so accustomed to it here. But there we go. But you know, here in the U.S., people, the wait staff, they live on just so much the edge of being poverty. You know, it's so difficult to live off of tips. Believe me, been there, done that. So totally not worth it. Totally not worth it. My goodness. RNG Angel. I really need to hire a new angel. Anybody got a new angel I can hire? Speaking of wait staff and stuff. That is just horrible. That is just horrible. But you guys are seeing my luck. You guys are seeing my luck. Alright. Let's do another Fisher site. Let's see what else Scorched Beasts will do for us. I hope everybody out there is having a great day. And if you're not, what can I do to help make it better? I could try telling jokes. I could try telling puns. I could try giving you some dad advice. I'll give you another piece of dad advice. Never eat the yellow snow. Not a good idea. There's probably the best advice a dad could ever give to somebody. Okay, well, we're back in Nerd Rage because of the radiation levels. Not a legendary. Come on, Scorchy. Come over this way. There you go. 1100 XP. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. Not for killing a non-legendary. Can't complain on that one. Okay, while we're over here, I'll go ahead and hit the burrows so I can get some aluminum. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. It's like, that's what kills me is that, you know, in the UK, you guys get paid like actually a living wage for doing, you know, restaurant work and that kind of thing. Whereas here, it's like $2.90 an hour or something like that, $2.95 an hour to do wait staff. And it's like, it's so not worth doing. I don't know how people can do it, you know, especially in certain areas, you know, where people don't tip and stuff. You know, it sucks. I've lived off of tips a few times in my life. And it's not bad, like, depending on what you do and how you do it. Like, for instance, I delivered pizzas, you know, for a living for a couple of years, you know, until I got robbed too many times. Yeah, that's a story for a different day. But anyways, living off of tips in the locations that I worked at wasn't too bad because you know, I was kind of like in more ritzier areas, you know, so people were more apt to tip and tip decently. You know, sometimes people give me like, you know, $10, $12 worth of tips. I think the most I ever got was a $20 tip, if I remember right. But depending on the area that you're in, you're never going to see that kind of tip, you know? So, I don't know. I'd love to see people in America actually make a living wage with what they're doing. I mean, I definitely don't. I'm disabled, you know. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm disabled because of my vision issues, and so I'm on Social Security. Now, bear in mind, I worked for many years, and I made fair money. I mean, I worked computer work, so you know there were quite a few jobs that I worked that I made, you know, $1,000, $2,000 a week, you know, and so supposedly the amount of money that you make off of your disability payments is based on how much you've actually earned throughout your lifetime. Well, I earned a fair amount of money throughout my lifetime, right? And yet the amount of money that I get in Social Security, quite frankly, is absolutely crap poor. I get about $600 per month for my disability. How does one live on $600 a month on disability, knowing that you are on disability because you can't go out and work? You know what I mean? And it's been that way since I got put on disability. So it's like, I don't know. I'd love to see things change in some kind of way, where people can actually survive without having to feast upon themselves, to do it. Living poor is rough, guys. It is. So I became blind because of a genetic defect, actually. The genetic defect I have is called keratoconus or keratoconus. Basically, my eyes are pyramid shaped instead of egg shaped. I actually see too much instead of too little. So that's kind of like a weird difference. The vision issue that I have is that if you were to look through my eyes, it would be as if you're looking into a wax museum that has been melted in a fire, and so everything all melts together, washes together. You can't discern 3 dimensions. You can't, it's very rough. And then on top of it, my eyes have a severe amount of scarring as well. So between the two, it basically makes it so that anything that's beyond about 2 or 3 inches in front of my face is completely washed out to me. And the more light there is, the worse it is. So I have to kind of keep myself in darkness like a little mushroom in order to be able to function. And so then I sit here, like for instance, in front of the computer playing this, and even though I'm still about 2 or 3 inches away from the monitor, I still can't truly see what is there on the screen. I do it kind of more by instinct, I guess. So what ended up happening was, for years my vision was pretty normal, like I was nearsighted, like a lot of people are. But in my teenage years, it kind of progressed worse and worse every year, and then by the time that I hit about 20, it had plateaued. So from about 20 years old until I hit about 38 years old, it was on this plateau spot where it changed a little bit, like every year, like you normally would when you're nearsighted, just getting that little bit of progression with things. But it didn't go any further than that. And then when I hit about 38 years old, within 6 months worth of time, my vision descended from being able to see with glasses to no longer being able to function, visually speaking, without a lot of assistance. So yeah, kind of my story in a nutshell there. At this stage, there's basically no options for me except to have corneal transplants in both eyes to be able to have any kind of improvement. I've been to see basically the best in the world to see if there was any other option for me. And unfortunately, no. It's the only option that's left to me. I'm trying to find the Wendigo that fell here. And the way that my eyes are, even if I was to have corneal transplants done in both of my eyes, it would improve my vision by only about 10%. And when your vision is 3600 in your good eye, having a 10% improvement over that is questionable of whether or not it's going to be worth it. Because if I was to have the surgery done, then I would have to have anti-rejection drugs daily to make sure that the transplants don't get rejected. I would also have to have cataract surgery multiple times, probably once a year at the minimum, because the cataracts would form because I would have to take steroid drops in my eyes to keep the rejection factor down. So by the time everything is said and done, it's sort of a thing of is the risk worth the reward? Because the risks to it would also include me going completely blind because of failure or rejection. So my vision at this stage in time has essentially plateaued to the point where it's probably going to remain. It should not get worse from what it is at this point in time, thankfully. But
Politicians have Voltec, and what do you got? If the answer is your mom's basement, then you need the free states.
you need the free states indeed. So yeah, it's kind of plateaued at this point to be what it is, and probably will remain as it is at this stage, mostly for the rest of my life. It might progress a little bit worse, but it shouldn't get much worse from here. And it's not going to completely like dim blind me or black blind me. Again, it's too much instead of too little. Pretty much the one thing I have to look forward to with it is that more scarring will appear. There are days where I'll wake up and I'll get what's called eye drops. That's where the fluid from the inside of the eye actually starts to come out through the outside of the eye, and causes a blister to happen on the front of the eyeball. And it causes a lot of pain. It's like you have a stone in your eye all day long. Like, and you can't do anything to get it out. You can't do anything to get rid of it. It just is there, causing all the pain and all the blah that happens with, when you get a big piece of dirt or a rock in your eye, So thankfully I don't go through that very frequently anymore. I used to get it a lot more often, but the past couple of years it's slowed down to me having it only maybe once or twice a month, whereas before I was getting it, every week, multiple times a week. So thankfully that's not there as much, but that's probably the most, other than the fact that I can't see correctly, that's probably the biggest pain in the butt part of things, is going through those high drops. Yeah, it's pretty painful. It's pretty painful. And unfortunately, every time that one of those happens, it forms a new scar on the eye too. So then it takes me a couple of few days to get used to the new vision configuration, and I have to, kind of not do a whole lot for those couple of days. Otherwise, I risk going right back into having another one happen. So, it kind of throws you off for a few days, to say the least. Gotta run over here and see if I can get the fast travel thing to happen, because I would like to go over here and do the manhunt mission. That'd be nice. So yeah, it's kind of a thing where I do this. I do writing because I can do it with my eyes not having to focus. So I write books and short stories and that kind of thing, so that I can publish them or sell them in magazines and that kind of thing, which gets me a little bit of income, but it's not as much as one would hope. And so I also do this so that I can try to garner a little bit of that ad money,
Any law-abiding citizens hearing this message should proceed to Grafton Dam in an attempt to subdue him. I need him taken alive. I will make an example of him to all the other prisoners. My marshals will take care of transporting him back here.
There we go. Had to wait for him to shut up. Anyways, so I do this as well, just to, kind of get that Google ad money. You gotta love that Google money, right? But it's not much. I mean, a buck here, a buck there. It's not much, but when you're in the position that we are, every little dollar can really make a big difference. So, I do have a donations page open if anybody's willing to, throw a little bit our way. Everything that is given is directly going to help feed my kids and make sure that we're surviving. So, it's not fluff, to say the least. But, enough about that. I don't like to lament about my issues. I do, acknowledge that I am blind, and I do try to do this stuff blind, but I don't let it get me down. I've been through the stages of the misery and despair over it. When you've been sighted your whole life and then you lose it, it does take you some time to get adjusted to it, to get adjusted to how your life is from that point forward. But I don't dwell on it. I don't let it, kind of rule my life. I have to do things that I need to do to make sure that I can function. And sometimes that's hard. But again, I try really hard not to be negative with it, because it's not, to me, a negative thing. It just is what it is. It's the way life is sometimes. I think these guys are respawning out here again. Either that or I've missed all of them. I will say there are times where the vision issues can be fun. I can give you an instance where it can be a little bit on the funner side. One of the things that is good in my life is the fact that Jolene, my wife, has extremely long hair. So, hi, Mr. Liam's content. Nice to see you. I hope that things are going great. Welcome to the show. And I'm just talking about some of the weird issues that my eyes have, and why I've been blind for a while now. My wife Jolene has very long hair. Her hair goes down like past her butt. It's like the super kind of long hair. And so we were at the grocery store, and at the time, I was not carrying around like my blind cane. I do use a blind cane at this point in places that I'm not familiar with, just to keep me from face planting into walls, or murdering somebody, because I could keep running into them and that kind of thing. But so we were at the grocery store, and we were going through the frozen food section, and my wife had walked down a little ways from where I was standing by the cart so that she could find some things in the freezer section. So I wandered a little bit from the cart, and thought I would try to find a couple of things for myself too. And so I went back to the cart after finding the couple of goodies that I was looking for. And so I stood next to her and put my arm around her, and I felt this like stiffening sensation in my arms, and I'm like, what's going on? Are you okay? So I like turned and I squinted super hard so that I could catch a glimpse at what was going on. It turns out it was a different person. It was a different woman altogether, who happened to have really long hair too, and looked a little bit like my wife to my eyes. And so I'm like, oh my God, I am so sorry. And like, just, back spun away, horrified at what I was doing here, and, of course, my wife Jolene is down the aisle, just rolling on the floor, laughing, trying to holler out to this woman, he's my husband. He's blind. It's okay. He's sorry. So there are times where, this kind of thing can, be entertaining. But I'm glad I didn't follow my first instinct, which was walk up and slap her in the butt. I'm glad that I didn't do that, because I'm sure I'd be sitting in jail right now. So yeah. Andre, welcome to the show. Nice to have you here. So, yeah, it's very awkward, to say the least. The woman just, she spun away real quick. As far as legendaries goes, I have the word. I was just talking about this a little bit ago. I have a very horrible RNG angel. My RNG angel, I think, is asleep at the wheel. She is totally not doing her job, and I would like to replace her, because my luck with legendary items is horrific. And I'm very lucky to have found the things that I have, but it has taken me, I've been playing the game for 2,100 hours, 2,100 hours, and I've only found like a few weapons that I would say are just really good, or god tier kind of weapons, or whatever you want to say. No, Svist, I didn't tell him about that one. So another example of how my vision works is, we went to GameStop one night looking for games for the kids. And at GameStop, they have the all the games on display on the wall and everything. And so I was looking at this, and I don't know if you guys are old enough or if you remember or whatever, but they used to have this series of games called Cats and Dogs that had like the Z at the end of it instead of the S. So cats and dogs, so they had one that was horses. Okay. And, so I'm looking at the picture of this, and, so I see this picture of a horse on the front of it, and I see the word above it, but my eyes saw it completely wrong. I looked at my wife and I said, "What the hell are they selling to kids these days?" She said, "What?" I said, "Look at this." She's like, "What?" I'm like, "Look at what this is." And what? So I'm like, hot sex with horses, a picture of a horse on the front of it. What is this kind of game? Instead of horses, I thought it said hot sex. You see what I mean? And it had a picture of a horse. I'm like, I don't get what they're selling for games these days. This is very confusing to me. So yeah, I mean, my eyes, they can be very, very entertaining for me sometimes. It sucks, to be blind from it, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Yeah. So I'm going to log out. I'm going to log into a private world here again, and I'm going to go through and I'm going to get a little bit more XP so I can see what more I can push myself towards that next score point is. Yeah, I mean, my eyes do very weird things, but I always look at it like this. I see the world like a lot differently than what other people do. And it's kind of interesting when you, do it from that viewpoint, look at it from a skewed view sort of thing. Because you have to look at the world as almost a defense measure, but at the same time, you have to not be miserable with it too. You know what I mean? It's kind of really, it's a fine line between misery and joy with it. It really is. Okay, I needed to hydrate a little bit there. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So Issa, my kid in the chat there, was talking about one time they'd gotten a letter from a friend of theirs, and Issa and Ira are very close together, right? As far as letters in the name goes. So I'd gotten this letter, and I didn't really pay attention to the fact that it said ISA instead of IRA, right? The R and the S looked somewhat similar. So I didn't really, I didn't expect my kid to get a personal letter from somebody, and they never told me that it was going to be coming, right? So I opened up this letter and I'm reading it, and I mean, it's really personal stuff, and I'm like, why is this person sending me this really personal letter? I don't even know who this person is. What the hell is going on here, And then I found out, I figured it out later that it was actually, for my kid, not for me. And yeah, I was mortified. I'm like, oh my God, I am so sorry. I don't want to be the kind of parent that opens up their kids' letters and reads them, and all that. I'm so sorry. Oh, my parents did that to me, and I don't ever want to do that to my kids, Oh my God, kid, I am so sorry. I mean, they were understanding of it, but it's the point, but yeah, things like that occur quite frequently with me, unfortunately. It's just one of them things you got to deal with. Just one of them things. Yeah, but it had stickers. I was totally looking forward to the fact that I could have those stickers, but yeah, they were your stickers. Kiddo, they were yours. Where the hell did that Scorch Beast go? It's like, nah. Okay, there it is. It was all like, nah, we're not dealing with this guy today. Come on, Scorchy. Come on. Tag you and bag you. Ah, so close. Bunch of shots missed. Nah, you know how you be a ladies' man? I'll give you the best way to be a ladies' man. Just be the best you can be. That's all you can do. You know, don't be a dick. That's really all it comes down to. I seriously, it sounds weird. It sounds like it's maybe tripe, you know, but honestly, there are so many guys out there that are just absolute dicks to their women that if you're not, that is super attractive anymore, because it's just so prevalent that guys are just, you know, so stupid with their ladies, you know. So yeah, just don't be a dick. I mean, that's really all that it comes down to. Take that for what you will, you know. Sure, but it'll come if you wanted to. Not saying you have to. Just say it if you do. It goes that way for guys too, you know. Like, again, whether you're trying to seek out a guy or a girl, you know, either way, there has been so many. I mean, I guess the best way I can put it is you trying your best. Is going to go so far because so many people out there don't try at all. So it's like it's to the point, I think, where so many people out there in trying to seek out relationships, they appreciate the fact that you're trying so much because they've dealt with so many people that don't. You know what I mean? No. You don't have to look at it that way, dude. It's like I guess the best way I can put it is that if I had a choice, like I'm not young anymore. I'm 50, right? I'm not at all young anymore, right? But I've been through a lot of relationships, and I've been through a lot of really horrific relationships. I've been through relationships where the woman was severely abusive. I mean, my first wife tried to kill me on our honeymoon, for God's sakes. Okay. My second wife was severely abusive to the point where, like, I thought I was going to die multiple times. And so, you know, I've been through the ringer when it comes to relationships. And the best thing that I could tell you is that it took me time enough to figure out, like, okay, I guess, let me start over. It took me having to find enough time by myself to realize that I didn't need anybody else in my life. I wanted somebody in my life, but I didn't need somebody in my life. And that's the main thing. So many people at this point in the world think that they need somebody in their life in order to be happy, but you don't. You don't. You have to want, you know, you can want somebody in your life because you don't want to be alone or whatever the case may be. But if you can find a way to figure out yourself so that you can be happy on your own, then anybody that comes along, you're never going to settle for. You're going to only take the one that is for you, the one that you want to be with. You see what I mean? There's a big difference between wanting and needing. If you need somebody in your life, you're going to settle for anything that comes along. And that's guy or girl. It doesn't matter. You're going to settle, and settling is the worst thing that you can do. I would, if I was to live my life over again and to have one piece of advice to go with, that would be the main one. Learn how to live with yourself and never have to need somebody in your life. You know? And I would love it if people out there could figure that out too. Because, you know, I think one of the best things that you could do for yourself as a person, you know, once you hit adulthood, once you know, kind of get out on your own and all that kind of stuff, live by yourself for a few months at least. You know, live completely by yourself. Nobody else, no help, no anything. You know, I mean, financially it might not be possible. You might need help, you know, but I'm just meaning like, you know, don't go live with a girlfriend or live with a boyfriend or whatever the case may be. Just live by yourself. It took me doing that to be able to figure out what I really needed to have in my life. And once I did that, that's when I ended up finding the person that I love and adore more than anything else in this world. I love this woman with the fury 1,000 suns could never match. There is nobody else in this world that I would ever want to be with than her. You see what I mean? And it took until me deciding that I needed to be by myself to be able to find her. I was done. I mean, I was done completely. I'm like, no, there is nobody else out there for me. I'm never going to jump into a relationship. I'm going to be alone for the rest of my life, and I don't give a crap. You know what I mean? And once I got to that point in my life, that's when all of a sudden I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's something now. You know what I mean? Because that's when she came along. So I guess that if I could give myself the advice, you know, my younger self the advice, it would be that you need to be by yourself and figure out what you want, not what you need. Because there's a big difference between those two things. Hey, another legendary. Cool. There we go. Remind me to go get that legendary too. Before I forget about it. Yes, I am here. But you're no longer. Alright, let's see what it had to do. Assassin's Knuckles. My God. I'm just going to go stand in the corner and cry now over all these legendaries.
No green stuff here.
Pitiful. All right, well, I'll grab it. I can scrap it, I guess, but it's light enough. I'm not going to take up too much storage space with it. Ah, dang it. I did not mean to grab the missile. I do that to myself all the time. It's like, don't grab that missile. Click. I didn't want to grab the missile. I told myself, don't grab the missile. Don't grab the missile. And you grab. Why do I never listen to myself? Just heartache. That's all I give myself. Heartache. Heartache and sorrow. And rug burns. I hope everybody out there is having a really good night. And if you guys are here with me, I have to say I am very, very grateful that you are spending the precious time that you have with me. I acknowledge that it is precious to you and that you feel that I am worthy enough to be here with you. So thank you for being here. This is me, though. I just like getting on and talking about life, talking about love, talking about whatever happens to come into my mind. So if you guys want to join in with me frequently, I do I do broadcast, every day. I come out with new videos every day, and I'd love for you guys to come and be a part of my family here. And I mean that. I really do feel like you guys are family to me. I'm very grateful for your presence in my life, and I don't know what I would do without you. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and tap that notification bell for notifications of when I come out with something new. I do a lot of different games. I do a lot of different things. If you guys are interested in my stories, for instance, I do have a lot of my stories done as audio stories with professional sound design and all that kind of good stuff. And yeah, if you want to check that out, that's all on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/Ira Robinson. Or just look up Blind Gamer Plays and you guys will find me. All kinds of good stuff. I had to make a decision when it came to my YouTube channel, and this was I can talk about this a little bit. This was a very, very rough decision for me, guys, to do what I did. But I'll be blatant with you guys and just come forward with it all. So here's what ended up happening. So I've had this YouTube channel for the past 14 years, I think is when I started it. 14 years ago, 15 years ago, something like that. It was way back in the day. And when I first started the channel, I kind of just wanted to get on and do some fun things, So I created some fun videos for people, and I didn't get much attention. I mean, I got some views here and there, but not much, It was, I didn't understand how to work the system, I didn't understand how to do the things and all that kind of good stuff. And things were a little bit different back then anyways, than what they are right now. I had like the worst thumbnails ever, and all that kind of good stuff. So I did that for a couple of years, and then I pretty much gave up the YouTube channel, gave up the YouTubing thing for a while. Then I started doing the radio. And how the radio worked out was I basically decided to start kind of making podcasts of my own, just getting on and talking again about whatever came to my mind, whatever the topic of the day was. And I would get on and do a little half-hour thing or whatever, and just have a little bit of fun with it, right? So I never put any of those on my YouTube channel or anything like that, because I never really thought about it. I didn't think, well, this is something that people would be interested in having on the channel. I'm trying to see if there was any others. I think there's maybe one more around, but I'm not sure. But anyways, so when I got into doing the radio full on though, I ended up starting up not me personally. It was me in conjunction with somebody else started a radio station, and we did a lot of radio stuff, and so for 6 years worth of time, I did the radio. And so I put a lot of those shows onto my YouTube channel doing simulcasts. So I would do the radio broadcast itself live and at the same time do a YouTube simulcast so that people could listen or watch, the camera and all that kind of stuff, all the good stuff that comes with it, over on YouTube. And I had a lot of fun with it. It was good. I did it for a long time. 6 years worth of time is a lot. And got a lot of views. I mean, I had just shy of 1 million views on this channel. And if you were to start playing my videos on this channel, starting with video number 1 and going to video number whatever, the amount of content here would add up to you watching it continuously, nonstop, for 185 days before you would get into repeating anything. 185 days worth of content. There's not a lot of people on YouTube that can claim they have 180 days worth of content on their channel. Okay, that was a lot, and that 1 million views definitely counted for a fair bit too. But here's where my conundrum comes in. So the channel was dedicated to doing this stuff as the radio stuff, right? And so that's where a lot of the views were. There were other things, right? But the primary views and everything were coming from the radio shows. And it's not that I'm not proud of what I did or stand by what I did or anything like that, but it's a lot different than the kind of stuff that I'm doing and want to do now. I mean, you know, I would do like kind of game streams and that kind of thing here and there, but it was not very much. Like, it was just a few, you know, here and there. I'd probably, you know, maybe 10 videos worth of content regarding that kind of thing. So very, you know, low key kind of a thing. So my conundrum that I've had for a fair bit of time now is what to do with all of that content that was there, to make it so that what people see when they come to my channel right now reflects what I'm doing right now, right? Because it's completely different. It's vastly different now than it was 2 years ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So a couple of days ago, I kind of bit the bullet and I unlisted all of those videos. This hurts my soul. This really hurts my soul to have done something like that, right? Because that's a lot of content that just went poof. Now, it's not deleted. I didn't delete it. It still exists. And if you have a link for it off of somewhere, then you can still watch it. But it's not there on the channel like overt, you know? So it kind of hurts my soul that I had to make that decision. But I think that it was the right thing to do, because if someone comes to the channel, they're not going to see, you know, all of these other videos that don't have anything to do with gaming or anything like that. You know, they're going to see just the gaming videos or the things that I want them to see, you know? So the videos where I'm doing the audio versions of my stories and that kind of thing, those are still there. Some of the radio shows are still there. The ones that I did where I did interviews with other authors, I left those up because, you know, again, it still kind of has to do with things that I'm doing right now, you know. But yeah, it's a hard decision to make as a creator to take almost 1 million views and just go meh and just delete them off of your channel. You know what I mean? And I'm hoping that that's not the wrong decision. I really am. And I'm just trying to be honest with you guys about, you know, my situation here. I've been through the ringer when it comes to stuff, especially when it comes to YouTube. You know, one of the problems that I've encountered over the years is that we've been, you know, my family has been doxxed. My family has been, you know, threatened and harassed. We've gone through a lot of stuff because we've been in the public. So here I am doing it all again, you know what I mean? And it's, and to feel like I'm starting it all over again is a little bit rough. So, you know, I would love it if you guys would subscribe to the channel. I would love it if you guys would, you know, like the videos that you come across if you enjoy them. Don't do it if you don't enjoy them. You know, I legitimately want to know that you guys are liking the things that I'm doing, you know, because this is what I like to do. This is what I want to do. And I hope that you guys will enjoy being on the journey with me. So, again, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I'm going to take these vertibirds out because I love killing these things. Boom. Big bada boom. And if you know where that comes from, you're cool. I saw there was 2 scorch beasts too. I will happily take out 2 scorch beasts if that's what they are. Trying to take this guy out here because I could use that pre-war money they've got. Stand still, laddie. And of course, it's getting targeted by these other things here, so it's not going to do the sneak mode. Sneak damage. to at least slow down. Yeah, there we go. Good, good. Now we got it.
Unauthorized access of secure transport container.
Oh, good. Nice amount of pre-warning there.
Self-destruct countdown under dropkick protocol. Detonation in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Unless valid cancellation code received.
Come on, Scorchy. A little too high up, I think. There we go. Now we got its attention. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use them right away again. Oh good, you came for a landing. Hello. Torso shot again, but that's okay. That'll work. We got it anyway.
Warning. Self-destruct
Okay.
countdown in progress.
So there was another one. I don't know where he
4
went.
minutes. Unless valid cancellation code received.
I don't know. It done runned away. Alright. That's okay. Hi there, Mark. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a really good day. We're just kind of wandering around and doing some XPing here real quick. Since I'm on a fresh world, I'm going to go over here to the burrows. Oh, I'm over encumbered, aren't I? I'm going to go over to the burrows. How am I over encumbered? Ah. That's partly it. Give me a moment, sorry. I'm trying to get myself underweight. Oh wow, how'd he get to 73 Nuka-Cola? That's crazy. Okay, well there we go. Now I'm back. Anyways, so as I was saying, I'm going to go over here to the burrows. The burrows south specifically. So that happens sometimes, Mark, to me as well. And what I've found is that that has to do more with like rubber band lag than anything. Yeah, I'm a first member as well. Yeah. That rubber band lag, it's like you'll do the damage and then it's like it didn't happen at all. So you're wasting your ammo, and they could be sitting there hitting you and kill you, but you do absolutely nothing to them. That all has to do with rubber band lag. And that happens sometimes. There are times where it happens more frequently than others. But there's not really much that you can do about it other than like trying to go onto a different server. So is it happening like with every server that you hop on? Or is it just like at times it happens? Oh, was he a legendary? I didn't catch. I think he was. Nah, he was diseased. Never mind. Yeah. Oh. So by the way, if you guys have not tuned into any of my shows before, if you come here to the Burrows South and you kind of come over here to this little armory place, these little boxes up in here, these air condensers, every time that you spawn into a new world, you will find coolant caps on the inside of them. And each of these coolant caps breaks down into 2 aluminum scrap. So a real easy, real quick way that you guys can get freebie aluminum without really having to work very hard for it is to just come over here and grab your coolant caps, scrap them up, and each of them make 2 aluminum. So the main things you have to be careful of is outside here, you'll find either ferals, scorched, or super mutants will spawn here. And there are like 2 frag grenades that will spawn right here as well. So you have to be cautious of that. And then when you come into this courtyard area, there are more of these coolant cap spawners here. And you can grab these too. But you have to be cautious here in the courtyard because inside of the buildings are turrets and they can target you from inside. So they will try to murder you as they're trying to do right now. But you can avoid them pretty easily. You just have to be like aware that they're there and that they're going to try to hit you. So, but you will find anywhere between 15 and 16 of these coolant caps every time you come here. So lo and behold, there you go. That's 30 or 32 aluminum scrap for you with no real issues whatsoever. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to spawn up my tent here because I'm a little overweight, or at least cutting close to it, so that I can go ahead and scrap the things that I need to scrap. And there we go. Yeah, that definitely sounds like an internet issue. What you might want to do is make sure that like there's nothing else running other than the game. That's probably pretty obvious, but you know, I'm a tech guy. You know, I did tech support on computers for many years, so that's kind of like the first baseline thing to talk about is, do you have anything else running? But some of the other things you can try is to lower the resolution, lower the requirements basically that are done by the game itself, and that can sometimes ease up the burden of things. And I know that might not affect the internet portion of things too much, but it might make enough of a difference that it lets you be able to function in the game. And if you don't have Fallout First, that is an option as well that you can try. I know that they just had like the Fallout First trial thing, but you couldn't do private worlds with it. The reason why I'm saying the Fallout First thing though is because if you do a private world, it is your own server. There's nobody else that's logging into it at all, and you do have more of a direct connection to that server, so that could potentially help as well to get you a little bit of a better connection overall. It might be worth a shot, you know. My download speed is just shy of 1 gigabit, and then my upload speed is about 65 megabits per second. So mine's pretty decent. I'm kind of lucky because we do live in a rural area here, but we're just like on the inside of the zone where we can get the decent connectivity to the internet. So thankfully, we're able to get it okay here. I was concerned when we moved to this place because it is pretty rural, but gonna come over here and kill the Scorchy again. Looks like I've gotten a couple of the score levels today, thankfully. That'll hopefully get me a little bit closer to being able to complete the score by the time the 7th comes along. Oh, hello, grenade. Come on, hit. If you would die, that would be appreciated. I love hearing those grenades go by. It's kind of fun. Oh. Where are you at? You probably ducked behind these rocks or something, didn't you? shot. The Scorchy wins the day on that lucky shot. Nice job. Okay. There we go. Yeah. If you don't have Fallout First, I'd give that a shot too. Like I said, it's kind of. I'm not that I'm like proselytizing for Bethesda, trying to give them money or anything like that. But honestly, with that, I can definitely feel the difference myself when I'm on a private world as opposed to a public world. It's a really big difference to me, and I've very rarely had the rubber banding thing happen when I'm on a private world. Some of it has to do with the not necessarily your connection, but their connection to, the servers. Sometimes they're just crap, You can log into a world that's on the public servers and just log into something that's horrible or has barely functional.
Regional Penitentiary. Our most notorious inmate, Mad Dog Malone, has broken free again. If you own a firearm and can hear this, make your way to Craft Dare.
I think my cranberry relish has run out. Let me
I
check.
need him taken alive. I will make an example of him to all the other prisoners.
It did.
My marshals take care of transporting him back here.
Let me go ahead and put my tent down here. I'll grab out my next cranberry relish. So that I can get that tasty, tasty XP.
Oh no. Pity. Someone there.
Nope, nobody's here at all. There we go. And there we go. And some for you, and some for you. I can't get up there. There we go. Anybody back here? Ah, you jumped up here for nothing. Okay. See what happens. You go out of your way to jump up somewhere, and then there's absolutely nothing there.
So boring.
Well, I'll take care of that boredom for you right now. And I will take your fan while I'm at it. Why? Because the fan has screws, and I like the screws. Yummy, yummy screws. Okay, let me see. Where is the mad dog? That trap got me. I never get hit by that trap. How did that trap get me this time around? That's crazy.
A good
Is that someone who needs me to kick their ass?
You're down. You're like right below me, aren't you?
Station commencing.
I betcha.
Prisoners can't be found.
Maybe he was upstairs.
back.
Prisoners can't be found. Neutralization commencing.
There, we'll take care of those guys. Yeah, he was upstairs. Yeah, I can't make it. There we go. And then there's one more left. Yeah, there we go. Nice. That'll work. I think there's one more guy left right out here. Yep. There we go. Done and done. All right. If you want to add me, my in-game name is JOMINA. You can see it right here. I would add you myself, but every time I try, it fails. Like, I don't know why it is. It's just always been that way. If I try to add somebody onto my friends list, it doesn't want to do it. It has the issue. Yeah, 250 megabit up and down definitely would make it a big difference. So while I'm loading up here, let me give you a little bit of my dad advice, okay? You don't have to have toxic people in your life. This is one lesson I wish I learned when I was really young. Just because you're saddled with somebody genetically doesn't mean that you have to have anything to do with them. You can get rid of them from your life. I don't mean to murder them or anything along those lines, but you can walk away from them. I see a lot of people suffering because they think that just because they are related to somebody, they have to have that person in their life. They're usually taught that by the exact same person, you know, like the same person that you need to get away from teaches you that you can never get away from them. And it's something that's very insidious. It's something that's very insidious and horrifying. I went through it myself, you know, and it's very hard to make the decision to walk away from that. But sometimes it is literally the best and only thing that you can do to be able to find any kind of safety and sanctity and peace in your life. So just because you're saddled with somebody genetically, it doesn't mean you have to have anything to do with them. You can walk away from it and get it out of your life. Okay? I wish I learned that advice when I was much younger. It took me a while. I walked away from a lot of my family because they were drunkards and thieves, as the saying goes, drunkards and thieves. They were all completely useless. I'm one of 13 kids, and the only person that I have anything to do with in my family anymore is my mom, who happens to live with us. She has dementia, so, you know, we take care of her. And one of my sisters, who wasn't even raised with us, that's kind of the pitiful part. We didn't realize that she was actually a sister until basically in our 20s. You know, found out that, oh, well, my dad had another kid and nobody knew. So just something to bear in mind, you know. I had to walk away from all of them because I didn't want my kids to be raised in toxicity. Not if I could avoid it. So just bear that in mind. It's something that you might have to have as a necessity. And if you do, I can understand feeling guilt over it. It's easy to feel guilt over something that you're taught you're supposed to feel guilty about. You know what I mean? But believe me, you'll serve yourself better by allowing yourself to have the peace of not having them in your life. So take that for whatever value it is. I'm going to jump onto a different world and see if I can get this next level up here. Because I'm getting reasonably close to it. Not too far away. Anyways, I hope everybody out there is having a glorious night, that every one of your dreams is coming true. And if they're not, well, I'm giving you the power to make them come true. You can make your dreams come true. You hear me? You understand? You can make your dreams come true. You just need to focus. And if you can't focus right now, focus on it later. Sometimes it's hard to focus. I can definitely understand that too. I'm a blind guy with a lot of pain issues. It's very hard to focus sometimes, believe me. Believe you me. Couldn't place my camp down. Well, that's okay. I got another camp. I will activate that one and go to it. That one is over here by Wasteland, isn't it? Yeah. Right there. I don't have this one fully built yet, so. So, the way that the resetting of the worlds goes, so if you log into a private world and then onto an adventure world and then back onto a private world, that private world will be reset. It will also reset if you log out for about 10 minutes or so. and then it will reset into a new one. So what will reset are creatures, so any critters that you kill, any kind of like the respawning loot, like those coolant caps I was showing you guys, those will respawn. But anything that's okay, so basically like container loot will respawn, but anything that is not container loot, like that you pick up off the ground or off of a table or something like that, those things won't respawn. They obey the respawn rules, so it will take 24 hours before those will respawn again for you. Come on, camp, load in. You can do it, baby. So the things that won't respawn are again the things that respect the respawn rules. So things along those lines won't do the respawn. One of the advantages of doing the respawning thing, though, is again the creature resets, because with those creature resets you can get yourself a lot of good XP pretty quickly. I'm trying to remember what all I had in this camp. I wasn't fully done with this camp before I switched back to using the other one again. So I think I just kind of like had the vendor and stuff set up here. Yeah, pretty much. That's about it. Anyways, so I use it to good advantage by making use of the creatures respawning so that I can get that tasty XP. Because right now, again, you can see we're just shy of getting the level here. And that's because we've been like restarting the worlds basically to get that. Let's see. Yeah, everything should be repaired good enough at this point. Let me go down here and we'll get this Scorch Beast here. You don't lose your settlements and stuff if you do a different world. What happened there is my camp spot that I had my camp in was taken up by somebody else. So it allows you to spawn in with the second camp that you might have set up, or camp spot. It used to be, before they added the camp slots, that if you logged into a world that had somebody else at your camp, or somebody else's camp at your camp, that it would ask you if you wanted to move your camp for free, and you'd have the chance basically to just like still log into the world, but your camp wouldn't spawn. But the next time, like if you don't set up a new camp during that time, during that play session, then when you log into another world, that camp will be back there again, so you don't actually lose it. It just kind of goes away and then comes back again for you. It's a little weird, but that's how it works. Another thing that you can use the private world for is if you the workshops. Gotcha. The workshops. Yeah, those do reset. I wish they would make it so that those were persistent. And I know there's talk of them doing that, but they haven't done it yet. So yeah, the workshops. Yeah, I wish those were persistent. That'd be really, really nice. In ways, I'm glad that they don't, though, because I can use the workshop takeovers as the event completions when the daily event things happen. Those defend missions for them that you can get to trigger by taking it over. Those do count towards that event thing. So it kind of simplifies it a little bit. Oh, hey, a legendary swan. I don't see that very often. Come on, big guy. I want him to come a little closer so I don't have to go into the water for him. There we go. Good boy. Sit down. Hey, and I got the level out of it. Cool. Instigating combat knife. Wow. Well, guess who got screwed on the loot again? I didn't mean to pick up the leg. Let me see. Yeah, that it would be really nice if they would switch it around. I think that at least from the talk, that's what they're planning on doing at some point, but I don't know if they're actually going to end up going through with it until they get to the private worlds. I don't know, honestly, coding wise, if it's possible for them to do it really at all. I kind of wonder. But it'd be nice if they would, definitely. If nothing else, it would be really helpful for having the resource spawners running 24/7. That'd be cool. That would be cool. I'm going to put my scent down back here again because I like it being here. It's cheap and sleazy. Kind of put that in a really bad place, but that's okay. One of the other nice advantages to using private worlds, and probably one of the ones that I use the most frequently, is the fact that your containers are not reset when you log out and log back in until the world itself resets. So what I mean by that is not creatures, right? Creatures don't count towards this. But if you were to well, let me take this guy out here and I'll give you an example. If we were to come right here, there's a suitcase sitting right here, right? So it has a beer bottle in it. So if I loot that beer bottle, this suitcase is empty. And if I was to then, let's see. If I was to then put that bobblehead strength in, you can see that it's there right now, right? If I log out of this character right now and I log into a different character of mine, I could come right here to West Tech and I could go right here to that suitcase, and this bobblehead strength would be in this suitcase for that other character. So it's a good way to make it so that you can trade items between your alts or your mules, for instance. Like if you create a character that's there as a mule for your items, you know, that you don't want to have necessarily on this character, but you don't want to get rid of either, like legendary items, for instance, you can use that method on these Fallout First private worlds to get that item over to your other character without having to worry about using somebody else to trade it. You can do it yourself, just like that. Just drop it into a container like these, right? The ones that, well, where is it? There's like usually a lunchbox sitting here. Yeah, like this. You can use this item right here to transfer those items with. It's a real nice way to get it over to your other characters. Sorry, I needed to grab a drink there. You don't want to do it on a public world, though. Make sure you do not do it on a public world, because when you log out of a public world and you log into a new public world, unless you're a member of a team that's on that public world and remains on that public world, the container will reset because it will be a different world. You see, you're going to be logging into a different world. And you have to be very quick about the fact that you're trading the one item to the next, because that world will reset within, I think it's about 10 minutes, but I don't go more than 5 just in case. And a lot of times what I end up doing is I'll use my wife to advantage by having her remain on the world too. That way the world is still quote unquote there. But I've done it many times without anybody else being there too. It is pretty easy to do. But again, you want to be quick about it. You don't want to leave it, because the item will respawn. You know, that container will respawn after you leave the world if the world resets. So, and again, don't do it on a creature because the creature loot will reset too. Your alt did not kill that creature, so there won't be any loot there for them. Does that make sense? I hope so. Just a couple of little things to bear in mind with it, but it is a good way to get goodies from one character to another. If you have, you know, a mule that you use for your legendaries that you don't want to ever lose, you know, nice way to do it. You should stream tonight, Issa. It's fun. Yeah, that's what I did for a while. I would use somebody to help me trade my goodies, you know, my scrap items from one character to another. But since getting the Fallout first, you know, you can just use the scrap box for that. But yeah, okay, somebody came in and did all these. Let me go over here and kill the Mirelurks real quick, if they're there. No, I don't loot everything. I used to, and depending on the situation, I might go around and loot the weapons to scrap them down so that I can get the scrap. But I've got quite a bit of steel and that kind of thing on hand right now, so I'm not too worried about it. And gunpowder, I like to loot gunpowder, but only when I'm needing to create ammo, because unfortunately gunpowder is pretty heavy, so. And I'm always skirting the line of being overweight. At least that's what my doctor tells me. Okay. There we go. Take that one out. Eventually, there we go. Maybe a little bit of VATS lag on that one. Let's see if there's another king over here. There might be. Or there might not. Alright, maybe there's not. Oh, we might be getting pop lag, actually. That happens sometimes. You notice that guy didn't actually show up until after a moment. There we go. Okay. So now we should be free to do the queen. I just don't like having the ads come in, you know, when trying to kill the queen. Oh, am I out of grenades? I might be out of grenades. Nope. There we go. Hey, Queenie. Long time no see. How you doing? There we go. Got her out of the way pretty quick. Was she legendary? I couldn't catch. No, just diseased. Okay. Well, that works. That ain't too shabby at all. Works for me. I gotta get used to where my campsite is. No, the scrap box is character specific. That's important to bear in mind. The scrap box is character specific. So, but I always have all the scrap on this main character. Even if I have the alts doing things, I'll usually like transfer it over to them, over to this character, because all of my plans and mods and all of that kind of stuff I've learned on this character as opposed to the alts. The alts are kind of bare when it comes to all the other goodies, you know. So I just transfer everything over to this one if need be. Okay. Sing your little song there, vendor. Getting a little bit of lag going on. I'm not sure why.
My own bar. Finally.
Probably other people on the server or something.
Still can't believe
Well, listen, I'll tell you what, guys. I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours at this point, and I'm getting a little tired, and I need to rest a little while. And unfortunately, we have to get up at about 6 o'clock in the morning to go on the road again to do some testing for my wife. We've got a 2-hour drive ahead of us and all that kind of good stuff. So I would ask you, though, if you liked this video, make sure you guys hit the like button. I would deeply appreciate it. And if you did enjoy this content, make sure you subscribe, because I am putting out new videos every day. I'm putting out new content all the time. I would love for you guys to become a part of my little family here. I deeply appreciate all of you tuning in. This has been a great experience for me, and I hope that it's been just as good for you. I love y'all, and I hope that you guys have a great night. So, yeah, it'd be way up in the tens of thousands of caps. If you don't have hard bargain, especially going, it would cost you a lot of caps to get all of the plans. The ones from Grom alone tend to be, 500, 600, 900. Yeah, it's a lot of caps. It's a lot of caps. So, but thank you so much. I deeply appreciate all of you being here. Have a great night. Have a wonderful evening. Make all of your dreams come true. And yeah, until next time, keep safe out there. Have fun. Thank you so much as always for watching, and we'll talk to you again later.